I'm Sarah Jane Gamboa Paldeng. I'm 30 years old and I am a general operator. So pumasok ako ng 2013. Ako talaga kaya ako nagtatrabaho is for my family. Hindi lang to sa mga bata or sa amin talagang family namin, kundi para din kina mama since ano na lang sila, umaasa na lang sila sa pensyon at hindi naman kaya kasi nga nagtaas ang yung bad side is syempre mas nahirapan kami sa pamamalengke kasi yung pagkain mas nagmahal after the pandemic. Parang talagang nakaka-pressure na kailangan masustentuhan namin lalo na't mas marami sila sa bahay, mas marami kumakain. Sa to lang, yung mga trabahong talagang pang-bruise ko, marami dito sa Nestle, dito sa loob ng factory. Yung mga pagbubuhat, yung mga pagbabaklas ng makina, panglalaki talaga siya kung tutuusin mo eh. Pero hindi naman kami pinababayaan ni Nestle. Yung talagang, kailangan mo lang talaga ibigay yung lakas mo as babae. Mas na lumakas yung loob namin or mas nagbigay sa amin ng confidence na ay kaya namin magbigay ng suggestion. Kaya may voice kami pwede gamitin para makatulong sa team. Mas na-encourage kaming pumasok dun sa mga leadership na role.
Okay, wala, mag-volunteer tayo. Ayan, si Miss Man.
Yan yung talagang sinusubukan nating sa mga kababaihan dito sa loob. Kasi kaya naman talaga namin eh.
The UP National Institute for Science and Mathematics Education Development, or UP NISMED, is a research and extension unit of the University of the Philippines. Guided by its mandate to improve science and mathematics education, NISMED performs three major functions: research, curriculum development, professional development, and extension services. Through the years, NISMED has been generating new knowledge regarding science and mathematics teaching in the country. Research outputs, such as teaching materials, are tried and tested to teachers and students inside the classroom. Relevant and innovative teaching materials are made available online and at NISMED publications for distribution. In addition, NISMED is highly involved in the framing of the National Science and Mathematics Basic Education curricula. Equipped with subject area specialists, NISMED offers professional development programs which cater to the needs of teachers and educators in the country and Asia-Pacific region. These training programs deepen teachers' understanding of the subject areas they teach. NISMED promotes science teaching through inquiry and teaching mathematics through problem solving. Not only it conducts training programs, but also mentors science and mathematics teachers in the elementary and secondary levels. NISMED also promotes lesson study, a school-based teacher professional development model which originated in Japan and is now gaining popularity in the country. To reach out to various communities, NISMED uses different platforms online. It also ventured into television to popularize science among general viewers and used radio to reach out to more teachers and the public.
Ito po ang programang sadyang handog ng UP NISMED.
To further its extension services, NISMED regularly conducts stargazing activities to accommodate school requests. It regularly opens its laboratories, providing opportunities for students to learn science and mathematics concepts and practice their applications. To conduct more effective programs and activities, NISMED partners with both local and international organizations. Committed to excellence, NISMED programs have continuously been achieving awards and recognitions. Since its establishment in 1964, NISMED continues its journey of commitment and service to lead the nation in science and mathematics education.
Gusto namin po kayong pasalamatan sapagkat patuloy po ang inyong pagsama sa amin sa Go Teacher Go.
One of the goals of mathematics teaching is to give opportunities for students to experience transformations.
Ang simulation na to ay ina-allow yung learner para explore yung isang fragment ng DNA molecule.
May tuturing na cross-cutting concept o theme ang food security sa pagtuturo sapagkat kaya nitong tupugin o pagtagdi-tagdiin ang iba't ibang konseptong pag-agham at maging ng mga konseptong sakop ng iba pang mga disiplina.
Ako pares sa'yo, classmate Reds. Yung akong binasa Jessie nga rin eh. Sino ba kasi itong si Jessie or si Jessie na ito?
Sa Jessie, kinikilala nito ang mga excluded group na magkaroon ng pantay na oportunidad para mas makilala nila ang kanilang kakayahan at kagalingan.
The best way talaga to teach SPS o science process skills is to teach it in the context of inquiry-based lesson.
Para alagaan tayo ni Mother Earth, kailangan alagaan din siya. At sa pag-aalaga kay Mother Earth, parang sa GTG lang, kasali ka.
Pag binuksan na natin ang carbonated drink, ano yung madalas na nangyayari, classmate Raz?
Kapag binubuksan siya, may bubbles. Tapos, naririnig natin yung fizz. Yung, alam yung Tama ba?
Tama. Buksan natin to.
Ayun.
Yun, may narinig ko akong fizz.
Ayan.
Kasali ka.
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 Maraming salamat. Kami po ay natutuwa na makausap kayo, na makapagbahagi sa inyo. Ito po ang Go Teacher Go, kaagapay ng makabagong guro.
Today, we are witnessing the great conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn.
Teaching science and mathematics through storytelling.
Teacher time out.
Feeling the mental health impact of the pandemic.
Building water rockets. A narrative from the Tubata.
This is Tubatahari Natural Park.
Science and mathematics as toy. Second part, it is pick up and release the sticks at the same time, letting them fall.
I have a lot of dreams. I want to become a doctor, I want to become a nurse, a nun actually. But what I wanted is to really help my mom and my family. So what I did is I took business management because I believe that management is a flexible course. And I ended up here in the hospitality industry. Kumbaga, mas napaprioritize yung mga lalaki in terms of other higher positions, or sometimes yung opportunities are really given to men because sometimes they think women are weak or women are hindi masyadong proactive, tahimik lang, reserved.
This team is encountering delays in their daily work tasks. One has a feeling that the delays are due to
With the training that ILO provided, it really upgraded my skill. Nagagamit ko talaga yung soft skills training ng ILO to my day-to-day tasks and activities sa properties. I want to grow and grow and grow pa with the company. So with that training will help me.
parang yearly na lang na January to March.
About a year after joining Microtel, I have this dream. There's a photo in Microtel na naka-display doon. These are the photos of the leaders. It was taken in the first Microtel. Sabi ko noon, parang my dream is to be part of that photo and become part of the management team. And now I'm included in the photo.
In the Philippines, women in the STEM sector often hold low-skilled positions. As a consequence, women are 2.3 times more likely to lose their jobs to automation than their male counterparts. In addition, they also face more challenges in the workplace, such as gender inequality, limited progress in their roles, and job insecurity.
Positions occupied by the women are often laborious, leaving them with little time for training and skills building.
In order to continue improving female workers' skills during the pandemic, the International Labour Organization adapted their in-business training to be entirely online. To make this happen, the ILO partnered with the Employers Confederation of the Philippines, ECOP, and together they launched the online training program with Nestlé in early 2021.
The soft skills training equips our employees, teams, and leaders themselves to be able to maintain a certain level of engagement and connection despite the pandemic.
True or false, the first step of critical thinking is to analyze the information that you have. Is this true or false?
The training covers creative thinking, reaching a consensus, problem solving, working in a team, critical thinking, leadership, and time management. Improving these soft skills empowers women and ensures them more opportunities both in the workplace and in their personal lives.
Yung natutunan namin po dun sa training is yun nga na pakikipag-interact po sa visor na magbe-benefit po sa parehas na side, yung magkakaroon po ng advantage sa akin and advantage din po sa supervisor.
So yung training na to, maganda siya kasi it prepared me for bigger challenges, bigger role na pwede ibigay sa akin, na pwede ko siyang gamitin, hindi lang siguro sa trabaho, pati sa personal na buhay.
Sobrang gumanda yung trabaho ko dahil nga through communication, through teamwork dun sa mas nagamit ko siya kahit na same ang position ko. Nagkaroon ako ng volunteerism work.
Pero ang kagandahan kasi nung training ng soft skills is mas na-engage yung mga kababaihan natin na mag-engage dun sa problem solving. Kasi syempre pag problem o mga dismantling na ng makina, normally mga lalaki na yung kasama. Though kasama din naman kami, pero mas nagbigay sa amin ng confidence na kaya namin magbigay ng suggestion. Kaya may voice kami pwede gamitin para makatulong sa team. Okay, wala, mag-volunteer tayo.
Over 300 women at Nestlé have already benefited from the program.
This soft skills training has improved capabilities of our women employees. It has improved their confidence and added character.
Everyone wants to reach their full potential, and the in-business soft skills trainings help people do just that. Even during a pandemic, we are building a better world for work.
start the program in a few minutes. So while waiting, please make sure that you have properly registered and signed up for the workshop that you wish to attend later today. So here are a few reminders before we begin the program. Please observe safety protocols. There is a first aid station located outside the NISMED auditorium in front of the elementary school science laboratory. Face masks are also available at the first aid station. We also would like to remind everyone that food and drinks are not allowed inside the auditorium. Once the program has started, the main entrance door, this door, will be closed. So please use the door to your far left and to your far right to enter and exit the venue while the program is ongoing. So let us now watch a short video on our auditorium evacuation guide, which will be followed in case of emergency. Like to share that the network name and password for connecting to the Wi-Fi may be found on the signs around the auditorium. But please refrain from using the Wi-Fi network for streaming videos or other bandwidth intensive apps during this time to help conserve our network resources and to ensure an optimal experience for all participants. Thank you very much. So we do hope we'll just keep you all updated once you're about to start the program. We're waiting for some of our guests. So good morning once again.
National Institute for Science and Mathematics Education Development, or UP-NISMED, is a research and extension unit of the University of the Philippines. Guided by its mandate to improve science and mathematics education, NISMED performs three major functions: research, curriculum development, professional development, and extension services. Through the years, NISMED has been generating new knowledge regarding science and mathematics teaching in the country. Research outputs, such as teaching materials, are tried and tested to teachers and students inside the classroom. Relevant and innovative teaching materials are made available online and at NISMED publications for distribution. In addition, NISMED is highly involved in the framing of the National Science and Mathematics Basic Education curricula. Equipped with subject area specialists, NISMED offers professional development programs which cater to the needs of teachers and educators in the country and Asia-Pacific region. These training programs deepen teachers' understanding of the subject areas they teach. NISMED promotes science teaching through inquiry and teaching mathematics through problem solving. Not only it conducts training programs, but also mentors science and mathematics teachers in the elementary and secondary levels. NISMED also promotes lesson study, a school-based teacher professional development model which originated in Japan and is now gaining popularity in the country. To reach out to various communities, NISMED uses different platforms online. It also ventured into television to popularize science among general viewers and used radio to reach out to more teachers and the public.
Ito po ang programang sadyang handog ng UP-NISMED.
To further its extension services, NISMED regularly conducts stargazing activities to accommodate school requests. It regularly opens its laboratories, providing opportunities for students to learn science and mathematics concepts and practice their applications. To conduct more effective programs and activities, NISMED partners with both local and international organizations. Committed to excellence, NISMED programs have continuously been achieving awards and recognitions. Since its establishment in 1964, NISMED continues its journey of commitment and service to lead the nation in science and mathematics education.
To officially begin today's program, may I invite everyone to rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, followed by the National Anthem of the Republic of Austria and an opening prayer.
Bayang magiliw, pero sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y bumay. Lupang hinirang, buyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulubi, kita masisingil, sa lagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mo bangag, ay nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang tinamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y nagumpay na nagiging, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang ay magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng marangit pagsita, kulay langit sa likod. Aming ligaya naman may mamagin, at namatay ng tayo sa'yo.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today with humble hearts, seeking your guidance and wisdom as we begin this program. Lord, we ask that you would bless every person who has gathered here today, and that you would be present with us in a special way. We pray that this program would be a time of learning, growth, and fellowship for all of us. Help us to listen to one another with open hearts and open minds, and to support one another as we strive to serve you in all that we do. Please give us the strength and the courage to follow your will, and to use the gifts and talents you have given us to make a positive difference in the world. We pray all of this in your holy name. Amen.
Please take your seats. Honored guests and participants, we extend a warm welcome to the third Women in STEAM Summit with the theme Transforming Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, Agriculture, and Mathematics for lifelong learning. The Women in STEAM Summit is a celebration of the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. I'm Helen Catalan from the University of the Philippines National Institute for Science and Mathematics Education Development, or UP NISMED, and I will be your host for this summit. This summit is an initiative of the International Labor Organization in partnership with the Austrian Embassy in Manila, the University of the Philippines National Institute for Science and Mathematics Education Development, and the Center for Integrated STEM Education Incorporated. Let me also acknowledge our partners who are with us today. We have the Unilab Foundation, represented by Dr. Gonzalo Serafica. Sir. The Department of Education Bureau of Learning Delivery, headed by Director Laila P. Ariola. And the University of the Philippines Diliman Gender Office with its coordinator, Ana Marisha R. Villanueva. This morning, we are privileged to have with us a staunch advocate of excellence in science and mathematics education. His support has significantly contributed to empowering women in STEAM. To deliver the welcome message, let us warmly welcome the Chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Diliman, Chancellor Edgardo Carlo L. Vistan II.
Thank you very much. His Excellency Johann Brigger, the Austrian Ambassador to the Philippines, Mr. Gustavo Gonzalez, the UN Resident Coordinator of the International Labor Organization, from the International Labor Organization, Mr. Khalid Hassan. I'm not sure if he's here already. Not. Okay. Okay. Attorney Josel Batapasige, our Undersecretary for ICT Industry and Development of the Department of Information and Communications Technology. Colleagues from the ILO, Austrian Embassy, from the Academe, from private, non-profit organizations. Welcome to this third rendition of this multi-stakeholder summit we call Women in STEAM, okay, with the theme of transforming science, technology, engineering, arts, and agriculture and mathematics for lifelong learning. UP Diliman, with its very active gender advocacy and gender office, is very fortunate and honored to have been chosen to be the erstwhile venue of this summit for the past 3 years, although I think the first one was virtual. So through our NISMED, National Institute for Science and Mathematics Education Development, I have to confess, so I learned about this issue, or maybe this more a widespread unequal, or shall we say, lack of similar opportunities in STEAM, only recently. Because growing up, I was telling our various speakers and guests earlier, I was from a science high school. I'm from the Philippine Science High School. I took a science degree, molecular biology and biotechnology here in UP. And women were all over, all over the place in all those, in my environments during growing up. So, but then I got married. I met people from other provinces, other cultures. My wife is also a Filipina, but I would suppose more religious than me, more conservative. And I have 2 daughters who are now studying in Catholic schools. So I wonder, and I do wish they take up STEAM, but I wonder if the other members of the family will want that. there are, as we know, various cultural obstacles, various beliefs, various norms, various structural impediments for women to enter STEM careers. We do have a lot. I was sharing with our colleagues earlier. We do have a lot already of female participants or actors at higher levels. But perhaps in industry in general and in other sectors and in the world at large, there is this lack of access to STEM careers for girls and women. And which is why this event is very important so that we can learn from various organizations, actors, stakeholders on what's happening on this front. I would like to believe, I'm not really sure, that we are in the country in general is in a better place because uh, I think women outnumber men in at least in the academe in terms of STEM professionals and educators and researchers. But as I said, we may be an exception to the rule. And I know that because of what I shared earlier about other people's beliefs about what women's place is, if there is such a thing still, that concept and what they should do uh, as adults. So, as I said, thank you again for making UP the venue, the host of this summit. We will be willing to host this every year if you will have us. And I want to thank all our resource persons, our speakers, our co-organizers for making this event possible. And I wish you all a pleasant and very productive summit ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Vistan. The continued support of the Office of the Chancellor for programs on STEAM has been instrumental in sustaining and inspiring the STEAM community. We would also like to acknowledge other partners. We have here the Department of Science and Technology Science Education Institute, represented by Ms. Josephine Feliciano. We also have De La Salle Zobel, represented by Dr. Arizala Villar. So now, this is a very important part of the program. We would like to call on our guests and partners to deliver their messages of support. It is truly an honor to have with us the Austrian ambassador to the Philippines to deliver his message of support. Let us give a warm welcome to His Excellency, Ambassador Johann Brieger.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here in this very same hall that we were talking about the same theme last year. And we just over coffee have learned that in the Academy of Science in the Philippines, there's already 60% women. So I think I stop here and go again and leave it for the rest of the day. No. Attorney Edgardo Calvistan, Chancellor of University of the Philippines, Diliman, Undersecretary Giselle Patapa Sigue, for ICT Industry and Development, dear friend Gustavo Gonzalez, Resident UN Coordinator, Ms. Linartes Viloria, National Coordinator, Women in STEM from the ILO, Dr. Cheryl Lynn Monterola, Director of the National Institute of Science and Mathematics, Education and Development. Thank you for having us again. Guest speakers, the educators, participants, Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. I would like to greet everyone a very happy International Day of Women and Girls in Science. I'm delighted to be here once again and celebrate this wonderful occasion with all of you. It's always a pleasure to partner and collaborate with like-minded institutions like the UP Diliman, like the ILO, and other partners that are here so numerously this morning. STEM fields, of course, is at the center of our discussions, and we try to broaden that scope, introducing the element of arts and other spheres, because we have to take a holistic view on the problems in the world. And especially for us, as this is one of, as for us as Austrians, this is one of the few events where I can not only talk about the beauty of music and classical dance that we are well known for, but talk a bit of science and the STEM as well. Because we do have multiple Nobel Prize winners just in physics very recently, too, with chemistry, physiology, medicine, and economics. But the very first Austrian Nobel laureate was a woman, already in 1905. It's Bertha von Suttner. She has been the first Austrian who has been awarded a Nobel Prize ever. She has been the first woman to have been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, and she has been the second woman overall to have been given a Nobel Prize. So, ladies, it's possible. And maybe there is, because every generation has their heroes, every generation has their Bertha of Suttner, so maybe the next one is already in the room, and we just don't know it yet. Today we gather to celebrate the invaluable contributions of women and girls in the fields of, as I said, science, technology, engineering, arts, agriculture, and mathematics. Unfortunately, while we celebrate these achievements, we must acknowledge that much work still remains to be done. As in many parts of the world, women have long been underrepresented in the STEM fields. That's not due to lack of talent or capability, but rather due to systemic barriers that are still out there. But as we all know, and we can see, despite these challenges, countless women and girls have persevered, breaking barriers and shattering glass ceilings along the way. We have witnessed women who have had made groundbreaking discoveries, pushing the boundaries of knowledge and innovation. Their contributions have greatly enriched our understanding of the world and propelled us towards new frontiers of discovery. And I believe that these incredible women started their journey because they had support and were greatly influenced by educators, role models, and supporters like you are here today. But gender disparities still persist in these fields, with women continuing to face barriers of entry and advancement. And we must all work together tirelessly to dismantle these barriers, creating inclusive environments where women and girls are empowered to pursue their passions and fulfill their potential. I'm glad to see that all of you participate in education and mentorship programs such as these that support girls' interest in STEAM from the young age and promote policies that ensure equal opportunities and fair representation in the workplace. It is my hope for all of you here to be inspired and be reminded of how important our part is in sculpting a world where science, technology, engineering, agriculture, mathematics, and creativity are transformed for lifelong learning. May we all reflect on the progress we have made and chart a course for the future where gender equality in these domains is not just an aspiration, but reality. On a personal note, I hope that this will really happen, because I'm already grandfather and my two granddaughters will become visiting from New York next week. So they need that basis for the future. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay ang mga kababaihan sa siyensya.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Johann Rieger. Continued support of the Austrian Embassy for initiatives such as these will be one of the beacons for women and girls as they continue to break the glass ceiling, and hopefully we might be able to get our first Nobel Prize in the near future. Thank you once again, Ambassador Johann Rieger. It is a privilege to have with us this morning the United Nations Resident Coordinator. To deliver this message of support, let us all welcome Mr. Gustavo Gonzalez.
Undersecretary Attorney Josel Batapa Sige, UP Diliman Chancellor Attorney Edgardo Carlos Bistan II, UP NISMED Director Dr. Cheryl Lynn Monterola, and my dear friend, Austrian Ambassador Johannes Brieger. And of course, my dear colleagues from the International Labor Organization, good morning to all of you. Magandang umaga sa inyo lahat. Guten Morgen. Buenos días. Certainly, as a representative of the United Nations in the Philippines, it's a great honor to take part in an event that is at the heart of the gender equality agenda. And beyond that, the fact that it's linking gender equality to one of the most fundamental human rights, that is the right access to knowledge and education. So I very much appreciate that I'm part of this event. And of course, I would like to congratulate the organizers in keeping this loud and very visible. I think it's the first time that I'm in the Diliman UP. It's a great honor. I have to admit, and my colleague, the ambassador, already referred to that when I was growing up, girls were not encouraged to study or get into mathematics or science. And of course, being at school, looking at some of the images and frames that we had around, all of us we remember, the Nobel laureate Marie Curie. I remember it at school there. But this was completely the exception. Was something, I'm sure my colleagues, women, looking at that's a very, exceptional opportunity in history. But thankfully, if we look at the statistics, we have come a long way from that. And today, governments, and of course, the education system around the world actively encourage girls to study STEAM subjects. We know that empowering girls and young women in STEAM education is not just, as I said, recognizing a fundamental human right, but it's also recognizing that this is the most effective way of making a society sustainable because it's inclusive. And we also know that the Philippines is placing high emphasis on harnesses the potential of people-centered innovation, including through state-supported programs, and as I learned this morning in discussion with many of you, the private sector. Certainly the private sector is a fundamental partner in this strategic investment, because it's one of the ways that will put the country, in a competitive status in the region and globally. Let me just share with you some figures. No, at the UN, we are good at bringing all of this report. Just a number that I'm sure all of you know, but let's say it's a very good and encouraging figure. But if we go more in depth, we realize that we are in troubles. While globally girls make up only 35% of STEAM students, in the Philippines, and I think that you mentioned that, in the Philippines, this figure is close to 50%. So it's good, it's fantastic. But if we go a little bit more in depth, we discover a new type of inequality. And this is a concern for the United Nations, and this is a concern, of course, for decision makers, for the government, universities, and I think that we need to work on that. According to recent research, by 2050, 75% of jobs will be related to STEAM areas, yet today women are severely underrepresented in this sector, with women holding just 22% of positions in artificial intelligence, to just name one of them. Also, in many cases, women in STEAM profession are in lower skill positions and are less likely to progress professionally. According to the International Labor Organization, women in the Philippines are 140% more likely to lose their job due to automation than men. This gender disparity is certainly alarming, especially as STEAM careers are often referred to as the jobs of the future. So our challenge today, and I'm sure that this will be across the various working groups here, our challenge today is not only to have more girls choosing STEAM as their field of study, but, and this is the most important, for more of them ending up in higher value-added jobs. In this journey, you can count on the full support of the United Nations, because gender equality is at the heart of the UN's development work, and such priority is contained in our new UN cooperation framework. You know that on the 24th of October last year, we signed the first ever UN cooperation framework within the context of the UN reform with the government. The President of the Republic was with us as a witness. It's the only country in the world where we signed this cooperation framework, and we have the presence of the President of the Republic. No, this is, it's not just because, you know, there is a long-lasting partnership between the Philippines and the UN, no, Philippines, 51 founding members, that because this administration is considering a partnership with the United Nations very strategic. And one of the key elements of the new UN cooperation framework is precisely gender equality. And gender equality, that is across one of the pillars, that is human capital, and then we have science and education. So in some way, my presence here in front of authorities, the administration, university, development partners, is to confirm that this area of work and the way of addressing inequalities in STEAM is one of the priorities of our cooperation framework. So remain fully engaged with the United Nations. And of course, you have agencies like ILO, UNDP, UNESCO, International Trade Center, that they are the ones at the heart of this pillar, human capital, in the UN new cooperation framework. Something important to share with authorities from the university and those working in science and technology. This year, we have an event in New York. It's taking place in Manhattan, but the success of this event relies on the grassroots contribution of countries. So it's an event that will happen in September as part of the United Nations General Assembly, but the substance is expected to come from countries, 193 countries. We call it Summit of the Future. The Summit of the Future, again, you know that we are champions in organizing events and forums at the UN. This is once in a generation event. Is for the UN, for the 193 member states, one of the most important events in the history of the United Nations. Why we have this event? It's because we are in troubles. We are in troubles and we need to rethink international cooperation. We need to rethink multilateralism. And we need to rethink the United Nations as the largest knowledge community in the world. So in this Summit of the Future, we have this topic of STEAM. So this is a very formal invitation from the UN Resident Coordinator to all of you to start engaging in this discussion. We just had last week the first conversation with NEDA. We will continue with the Department of Foreign Affairs. They are the two, let's say, key entry points of the United Nations here. And then we will move to other departments. We will invite the development community and university, the knowledge system, to make sure that you and your goals, your objectives, your concerns, your protestations are part of this Summit of the Future. Needless to say that in the Summit of the Future, youth as like you engage in science and research and STEAM's area is a fundamental component of this Summit of the Future. You know that yesterday we had for the first time the visit of the UN chief on UN Youth Affairs. He's 35 years old. He's the youngest senior representative of the UN, and he decided to visit the Philippines as the first field mission. And tomorrow we have a town hall. You are all of you invited. We expect to get 100, 200, 300. And I'm not going to be concerned if we have even youth outside of the auditorium. I think it's extremely important that we have this exchange. And he will be talking about the Summit of the Future. So a key event in the global calendar, Summit of the Future, where countries will come together in September to the UN General Assembly in New York to discuss and hopefully approve what we call the Pact of the Future, that will reflect the joint global features that we want. Gender equality and bridging the education divide between countries, regions, and also genders will be at the heart of the discussion. So we encourage you to start being part of such preparation. As member states, you are expected to bring their grassroots contribution to the summit. So dear partners, dear colleagues, friends, on behalf of the United Nations, congratulations once again for this event, keeping, as I said, very visible the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. And of course, I wish you a great and productive exchange and celebration. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat po. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your words of support, Mr. Gustavo Gonzalez. Thank you for extending the invitation to the Summit of the Future, and we hope that all of us will be able to engage in the conversations that will lead to inclusivity, period. Okay, so finally, let us now hear the message of support from the Director of the International Labor Organization Country Office for the Philippines, Manila, Director Khalid Hassan, and this message will be delivered by the National Coordinator of the Women in STEM Workforce Readiness and Development Program, ILO Country Office, Manila, Ms. Linartes Viloria.
Thank you, Dr. Helen. Morning to everyone. So I am here in behalf of my country director, Khalid Hassan. We have two events happening at the same time, and he has been here, I think, countless times already. And so he said, I think as the national project coordinator of the Women in STEM Workforce Readiness Program for the last 6 years, I think you should be the one who will open this message in behalf of the ILO. So, good morning, Your Excellency, Ambassador Johann Breiger, Embassy of Austria, Attorney Vistan, Chancellor, University of the Philippines, Attorney Josel Batapasige. We met in Baler. This is how I look when I'm not looking like I'm surfing. Undersecretary for ICT Industry Development, our dear friend, Executive Director Cheryl Monterola of the UP National Institute of Science, Mathematics and Education, colleagues and fellow supporters of women and girls in STEAM here at UP and joining online. By the way, we are live online. Ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po. So happy UN International Day of Women and Girls in Science. Actually, this day was celebrated. It starts in February 11, but we actually celebrate it for the whole month. Today, we celebrate this day with the Embassy of Austria for the third time. The ILO under the Women in STEM Workforce Readiness and Development Program, and the University of the Philippines National Institute of Science Mathematics Education. As you heard from our big boss, UNRC, Gustavo Gonzalez, you've heard the numbers on women in STEM. And I'd like you to take note in particular of the numbers, particularly on those low-skilled women who have to access these opportunities in STEM in the world of work. This year's theme for the celebration of the UN International Day of Women and Girls in Science is Women in Science Leadership, a New Era for Sustainability. As you heard the numbers, the urgent need for transformative and inclusive solutions to ensure sustainable economies call for more diverse talent, needing more women working in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. However, despite the global recognition that STEM fields are critical to national economies, countries, and this is worldwide, not just the Philippines, have to achieve gender equality in STEM. There is still so much work needed to engage more women and girls in investing in careers in STEM-related occupations. And we are here at the UP Diliman, where most of the engineers, scientists have graduated from. A lot of women scientists, a lot of women engineers, a lot of women doctors. But what about those women who do not become scientists, engineers, computer programmers? How do we support women in low-skilled occupations? How do we make sure that they get the opportunities that the future of work offers? It is with this goal in mind that the ILO Women in STEM program, with the support of JP Morgan, sought to provide women with critical soft and technical STEM-related skills to help women gain quality employment and support career advancement of women. When we started the program in 2018, I remember people were saying, why women in STEM? We are super empowered as Filipinas. We have women leaders in different organizations leading the way. Why do we need this program? And I said, yes, we have a lot of women leaders, but they are also burdened by a lot of responsibilities as well. They have responsibilities of care work, they have responsibilities of leadership in these organizations. Who are taking care of the women who are not in those positions? And so since our launch in 2018, we offered a scholarship program called #Women Can Do It. And we encouraged women from underprivileged backgrounds who have no college degrees, who have no interest in science, and we told them, why don't you take web development? Why don't you take animation? Why don't you take game development? Why don't you take software programming? And we had some hiccups along the way. They didn't want to take it. Like, that's not for me. I was bad in math and science in high school. Why would I take it now? And yet, with the cooperation of the Technical Education Skills Development Authority, and the Department of ICT as well, with their software bootcamp, we had more than 1,000 women trained in STEM-related TVET training, like web development, Java programming. And we didn't stop there. We wanted to make sure that women already in STEM-related occupations in these industries, because one of the statistics also show, yes, women are getting into STEM, but are they staying? I have heard the stories of women PhDs who had to juggle pregnancy, care work responsibilities while they were defending their dissertation, right? Or women getting discouraged because they had to focus on family. And so we wanted to make sure that women stay in these leadership positions, and we provided soft skills training to more than 3,000 women. And I tell you, these are companies who are the top 100 companies in the world. We had women trained from IBM, Accenture, Ingram Micro, Teleperformance, Nestle. All of them were thinking we need these soft skills training to be able to negotiate our way to the top. And we didn't also stop from there. We wanted to make sure, so how do we sustain all of this? So we wanted to make sure we had an enabling environment for STEM to thrive. So with the cooperation of the UP National Institute for Science, we worked with TESDA on STEM in TVET, technical vocation. When we speak of tech voc, you say, ay, tech voc lang. No, we said we wanted to highlight the STEM competencies because we are preparing them for the future of work. You have to be good in your numeracy skills, your critical thinking skills, your creative thinking skills. And a lot of people who are here today were part of the UP professors who trained TVET trainers. We trained around 165, or I think even more. During the pandemic, we trained them online, and they were trained on how to teach TVET students these STEM competencies so that they are better carpenters, they are better welders, they are better better mechanics, because these are the jobs that will help them for the future of work. Today, as we look at our STEM educators, this is the center where they train science teachers. I want to challenge the STEM educators here today to empower your students, especially women and girls, with the knowledge, skills, and confidence to be the next generation of STEM leaders who will bring transformative changes in the community and the world. These future STEM leaders will be the role models. Every scientist here, every doctor who is here right now has gone through that journey as a woman to be a scientist, to be a leader in their STEM role. And they will be role models, and the future women and girls will be the next role models of this generation. We need to work together to ensure that girls and women are not left behind. Equality and inclusion are priorities of the ILO under the Global Coalition for Social Justice. When we give equal access to opportunities, particularly in education, skills development, and lifelong learning, we prepare them for the challenges of the future of work. When we work together to reach our sustainable development goals on gender equality and decent work, and harness women's full potential in STEM fields, countries are assured of a more inclusive and innovative environment that can achieve higher levels of development. We look all forward to listening to our inspiring panel discussions and conversations. So with that, happy UN International Day for Women and Girls in Science. Magandang umaga po.
very much for the message of support from the International Labor Organization, Ms. Leonard Deloria. This account, Mom Lights, is worth retelling as it is truly inspirational. It is a powerful account of how, through the efforts of organizations, women and girls can explore and have access to STEM careers and to take control of the narrative and be part of the STEM landscape. So at this point, let us get to know our participants, starting with our on-site participants joining us here at the auditorium. So I'd like to request everyone, if your school or organization is called, please rise to be recognized. We have here participants from the Ateneo de Manila University. Thank you, ma'am. We have participants from the Commission on Higher Education, Cordillera Administrative Region Schools Division of Baguio City, Davao Doctors College, thank you, Department of Education, School. Pirata School of Business. And last but not the least, thank you, we have VocTech Academy. Okay. So we'd also like to acknowledge our online participants joining us live on Facebook through the UP NISMED Facebook page and on YouTube through our NISMED TV channel. Subscribe to NISMED TV to catch our latest events and stay updated. So as of 9:43 a.m., we have participants from the DepEd Iligan City National High School, Philippine Science High School, Central Mindanao Campus, TESDA, Taguig City, Itogo High School, SDO Tapat, Quezon City Science High School, Charis High School, Carlos P. Garcia High School, Pandacan, Manila, East Gusa National High School, National Teachers College, SDO Manila, CFA Homeschool Quezon City, SDO City of Malolos, Tondo High School, Davao de Oro, Pasig City, Claveria School of Arts and Trades, SDO Cagayan, DepEd Schools Division Office of Manila, PUP Alfonso Campus, DepEd Dipolog City, Region 9. Thank you very much for attending this summit. So to our on-site participants, you may access the NISMED TV YouTube channel by scanning the QR code flashed on the screen. Okay, so Okay, so right now we're going to have our group photo. So we'd like to invite everyone to join us for a photo opportunity to document this event. So to those who are in the lower area, please stay in your respective seats. But for those who are in the mezzanine area, there's no one in the mezzanine area. Sorry. Let's start with my right. Let's start with my right. Here, Sir Jerry and Sir Chris. Look to your right, and also from system. Okay, so now we'll have the front shot. I invite the photographers to come on stage for the front shot. Thank you. And now we go to the left side. So everyone, look at the left side. Okay, thank you so much for indulging us. Now, to introduce our next speaker, I call on stage the National Coordinator of the Women in STEM Workforce Readiness and Development Program, ILO Country Office, Manila, Ms. Linartes Viloria.
Our guest of honor for our keynote message is the Undersecretary for ICT Industry and Development of the Department of Information and Communications Technology. You know, I remember seeing her before she became USEC. She has always been active in ICT development, especially in the rural communities. And she's very active in Bacolod. And when she was actually appointed as the Undersecretary, everybody was saying, yes, we need somebody like Yusek Josel. So Attorney Giselle is a leading advocate for the development of the Philippine ICT industry with a strong passion. Passion is the word for driving innovation, building stakeholder ecosystems, and generating job opportunities in the countryside. She is the co-founder of the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines and a key player in Bacolod's transformation into a center of excellence for ICT business process management. She is one of the 10 outstanding women in nation service or towns award in the field of ICT in 2016 and the Philippine IT BPM Individual Contributor of the Year award. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Yusek Josel Batapas Sigel.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. Maayong aga sa inyo tanan. That's how we say it in our dialect. As I was introduced, I'm from this small city known as Bacolod. You know, I have to make this keynote speech very fast because I have two distinguished gentlemen here who are always on the go and busy. And I am so glad, and I'd like to congratulate the organizers, especially UP, for having such a grand roster of speakers before me. So first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Your Excellency, Ambassador of Austria, Johann Brigger, to our United Nations coordinator. This is actually my fifth time listening to you. I'm kind of like your stalker, you know. No, because I have attended so many events online and on site, and I'm glad to say that I am just one of you in the past, at the back, sitting, taking notes, and lo and behold, I'm now speaking in front. So my 20 years of history as an ICT advocate is really very, satisfying and rewarding. I also would like to acknowledge earlier Attorney Vistan. I actually whispered to him if he can up the ante in terms of UP's participation in DIWA of the DICT, and he said, let's meet. So I'm glad that UP is now going to be a very active supporter of DIWA. We have 7 major universities in the Philippines today, particularly in Manila, participating in the Digital Innovation for Women Advancement, or DIWA, of the DICT, which I started as inspired by the ITU, or the International Telecommunications Union. But before that, I'd also like to acknowledge ILO, Charm. No? So talagang you look different when we met in Baler. So we are the people on the ground. On the ground, we can be just ordinary people, but here we wear our suits, but this is the job that we need to do. But I'm extremely happy that we have the right people in the room, and that is the people who shape the talent of this country. Because at the end of the day, I was telling my staff, I have a full schedule today, but I said I have to go to this event because I need to talk to the academe, because that's my usual role for the last 20 years, trying to talk to the different sectors, especially the 3 important sectors. And I have an acronym for that. For those of you who have already heard me, you already know what MAGIC means. MAGIC stands for making academe, government, and industry collaborate. I've talked about the MAGIC model practically in more than 20 countries now, because I handle the international cooperation portfolio of the Department of Information and Communications Technology. And every time I say MAGIC, a lot of people are so mesmerized by the idea. But it's actually a no-brainer. It's just the convergence of people who are important and who are needed to make a difference. So today, I greet everyone a pleasant morning. That first part of my speech was not in this written speech, but I'm so excited to meet everyone. But allow me to just begin by sharing with you a quote. Last night, as I was trying to think about what I'm going to say, I said, I think I need to begin by a very inspiring quote that I would always remember, because it comes from a woman icon, one of the inspiring women in history that I admire. And she says, understand well as I may, my comprehension can only be an infinitesimal fraction of all I want to understand. It's a beautiful quote. I don't know if you're familiar with the one who said it, but this quote comes from what we know today, or who we know today, as the first ever computer programmer in history. And she is a she and not a he. This quote comes from Ada Lovelace and reminds us all never to lose motivation, or to never get tired in acquiring more knowledge every day. Because even when we think we know a lot, we only know little compared to all that there is to know. That's why I love the theme today, because aside from STEAM, it emphasizes on lifelong learning. Probably majority of the people in this room are teachers, But in reality, we are all students. We are all still students, learning from each other and learning from activities such as this. I am so honored to be among you in this third iteration of the Women in STEAM Summit. But I just recalled as I was sitting there, you invited me last year, but it was in Zoom. So this is not my first time, although this is my first time to be present. I congratulate all the organizers, UP NISMED, but most of all, I congratulate each and every one of you for grabbing this opportunity to exchange your ideas on the theme Transforming STEAM for Lifelong Learning. And I'd like to express specifically that I like STEAM instead of just STEM because I have a more functional right brain as a creative. Arts, you know, is a very important segment of this country. We can make money a lot from out of this. If we only merge arts and digital, oh my goodness, we will be known for many things in the creative industry. The theme is such a wonderful beacon guiding us towards a future where innovation, education, and inclusion can converge. I think these are the three words that stand out today: innovation, education, and inclusion. We can have one, but without the others, it will not be complete. It is inspiring to know that a woman like Ada Lovelace is known for her work on Charles Babbage's early mechanical general purpose computer. He was, in fact, known the man who started the computer, but it was Ada Lovelace's insights into his analytical engine that really made the difference. Her notes on the engine include what is considered the first algorithm intended to be processed by a machine, making her an iconic figure in the history of computing. Ada was actually trying to compare the algorithm into a tapestry. You know, we women, we see mechanical things still as a work of art, and that's our special skill. Although there are many debates, but Ada is also said to have foreseen what we now know as artificial intelligence or AI. Her insights are sometimes interpreted as early prediction of the limitations and possibilities of artificial intelligence. While she did not use the term AI herself, a concept that wouldn't be formally conceived until over a century later, her understanding of machines that could potentially handle tasks beyond simple numerical calculations if they were provided with the right algorithms was seen as a foundational or is seen as a foundational thought in the development of computing and by extension artificial intelligence. Friends, isn't it beautiful to note that women, combining our creative and technical minds, are capable of conceiving innovation and foreseeing a future filled with so many possibilities? I'm so glad that we had a lot of previous speakers who already made my job here simple by sharing with you the current scenario. One thing that stands out to me is the lack of confidence of women to be in that field of STEAM, most especially in the field of information and communications technology. There's always the stigma that ICT is for men, and we lack the confidence. But what I'm trying to drive today is we have what it takes to compete and to be side by side along our male counterparts to uplift the economy of this country. Today, I join the voices of everyone in the room and also on Zoom in celebrating platforms and avenues like what we are having now for women to benefit or leverage from the advent of a truly interconnected, super fast, hyper fast, and digital future by ensuring that we have access as women to opportunities for continued learning. That's the key message of all our gathering: access for women and girls. And let's not do it just for the girls in this room or on Zoom, but for that girl out there, you know, sitting in some far flung rural area in the Philippines who wants to dream something bigger for herself and her family. It is with great pride Therefore, that I share with you some of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, or your DICT's projects. We at the DICT remain steadfast in our commitment to nurturing an environment where every individual, regardless of gender, can thrive and contribute to the digital economy. On a personal note, maybe some of you are now starting to be interested about the portfolio I hold. I want to share with you. I am the only woman undersecretary in the DICT currently, and I handle all the non-tech of tech. Let me explain that. So, many of you are interested in connectivity. You might ask me why the internet in your house is slow, but that's not my portfolio. You might ask me about cybersecurity, but there are three foundational aspects of technology and digitalization that are important, and I have to say that I handle this. First is policy. It's very important that we have foundational policy. Look around us, countries with the strongest digital economy are actually founded on really sturdy, heavily and fast evolving policies that address the relevant situation of the times. Second is industry development. And I guess in the introduction, you all already know what really resonates at, is close to my heart, and that's creating jobs. That's why I'm proud to say that my name is actually Joselle Batapasige, and my acronym is JOBS. They call me Attorney Jobs. So what I'm trying to say is industry development is important. That's my second portfolio. We need to be able to translate connectivity to food on the table. I mean, we can talk about digitization, digitalization, digital transformation, but what is it to the ordinary Filipino who still needs to find some sort of livelihood out there? And my third portfolio, that's why I ask our distinguished gentleman to stay, is international cooperation. International cooperation is important. No country now is an island. We need to learn from each other. And I'm glad to report to you very quickly, I see the time, that 2 days ago, ITU and ASEAN released midterm evaluation of how we are faring in terms of our performance in the ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025. So we're midway. And I'm glad to say that currently we are third after Singapore and Malaysia in ASEAN. So maybe you want to clap for the Philippines. And of the 9 indicators in the scorecard, we actually top 2 indicators. Okay, of course, not the technical side and the infrastructure side. We have a lot of things to do in that area. But the top 2 indicators in the ASEAN Digital Master Plan, where the Philippines is number one, even higher than Singapore, I have to say, is stakeholders engagement and international collaboration. So I want to take this opportunity to thank UP because UP has been very active as well in participating in our Asian Girls in ICT, which we were the first to host last year. And I'll already spill the beans. It's not announced yet, but for this year, we are offered to host not ASEAN Girls in ICT, not Asia Pacific Girls in ICT, but the Global Girls in ICT will be hosted by the Philippines for 2025, for 2024. So, in today's world, where there is rapid technological advancement, I want to share with you very briefly why I am here. Not because of all this portfolio, but because UP captured in their radar a project which we started, which is called DIWA. DIWA refers to Digital Innovation for Women Advancement. Going straight to the meat of the matter, the goal is really to increase the number of women and girls in ICT courses, careers, and certifications, as well as jobs. Earlier, all the speakers already talked about why there is a small number of women and girls participating in STEAM, and I'd like to highlight there's even a smaller number in ICT. Talk about cybersecurity experts, talk about data analysts, talk about data scientists. graphics, and all of these verticals in IT, you will see that all these domains are actually, I would not like to say monopolized, but populated by mostly men. You look at a course, computer engineering, software programming, all the heavy stuff in computer, in ICT, you barely see one or two women in the classroom. So these are the things we want to be able to change, because I heard earlier the numbers mentioned by our UN coordinator that by 2050, STEAM will be probably in all 70% of the jobs. I have a different number. And it's by 2025, 90% of the jobs will need some sort of digital skills, whether it's basic, advanced, or complex. And so, STEAM as a whole technology, it will probably give us more years to prepare, but digital skills, my dear ladies and gentlemen, we should have learned it yesterday, because our world is truly digital today. And the Philippines now is at the threshold of really, really making it big in the next 10 to 20 years. I'd like to share with you a UN report of another branch where it says that sometime in 2040 or thereabout, we will also be starting to age, just like other countries. In other countries, the average age is around 40 to 50. In the Philippines, our average age is 24 today. In the next 17 years, majority of the population of the Philippines will be all mostly of working age. So napakagandang opportunity. This UN study said this is the golden years of the Philippines, the next 10 years. Because we are not so old, we are also not so young. Everybody is going to be productive. So we can now lift the economy of our country much faster. But the study also says if we miss the train, then that's bye-bye. Because by 2040, average age will already be 40 years old and up. Okay? So this 10 years is very important. And pardon me for advocating that here, because I think time is really, really of the essence. The gender gap is not only a social issue, it is an economic issue. I am a gender advocate, I am a lawyer, I have my share of handling women's cases. But now I am speaking from the lens of this is no longer a gender or a social issue. This is an economic issue. We lack warm bodies to address the numbers that we need in cybersecurity, in IT jobs. We need the women. Let's bring in the women so that we can augment these numbers. This with a widening labor and industry skills mismatch, we need to bring the women on board. As women also have the talent, the creativity, and the determination needed to excel in ICT. And we bring unique perspectives and ideas to the field. DIWA, friends, aims to encourage more young women to take up ICT courses and pursue careers. What we plan to do is to create a pool of rock stars and role models around the country. Women who excel and who earn big, the proof of the pudding is in the eating if you earn from your skill, of cyber scientists, of data analysts, of cybersecurity. We want a future where a girl can talk to her parents and say, Ma, pa, I want to be a cyber scientist. Or a young girl going to her father and say, I want to be a data analyst. And it will not sound off. And the parents will not say, oh no, that's for boys. Take something that's suited for girls. Because now there's no more issue on suitability. It's about what we want and the skills that we have. Hence, DIWA is not only a project, it's a movement. It embodies our dedication to dismantling the barriers that hinder women and girls from fully participating in the digital landscape. This year, I'm happy to announce that we have been given, finally, some resources for DIWA. So we will increase the number of DIWA focus group discussions among women leaders in different regions. DIWA is now going around the 15 regions in the country. There will be DIWA discussions in Basilan, DIWA discussions in Baler, how we can include women and girls in the ICT field. By promoting and encouraging and fostering policies and strategies to enhance digital skills, leadership, and entrepreneurial spirit among women, we aim to create a more inclusive, equitable, and prosperous digital future. It is therefore our collective responsibility to ensure that women and girls are encouraged, supported, and given equal opportunities to pursue their passion. And again, this is off script, but I'd like to take this opportunity because many academicians are here. I think we have always to remember that we need to teach our children what to learn, not what to learn, but how to learn well. And I have read so many articles several weeks before saying our educational system should actually help support the growth of a growth mindset amongst our young people, not a fixed mindset. Because a growth mindset will allow them to be curious, to be more ambitious, and to explore more the opportunities that are available. The journey towards lifelong learning and gender equality in STEAM requires persistence amongst us stakeholders and catalysts. I hope you don't get tired of having these seminars always. Collaboration and a shared vision. So I am confident that with everyone in the room, we can make significant strides towards a more inclusive and innovative future. On this note, I'd like to wind up by sharing with you one inspiring fact. As I mentioned earlier, we are now being offered to host the Global Girls in ICT, which is celebrated every year for the last 6 or 7 years globally. And it is actually a project of the ITU. How many of you have heard of the ITU? I guess our ambassadors here know about the ITU. ITU stands for International Telecommunications Union. It is, and it's in Google. I hope I will not commit a mistake. The UN resident coordinator is here. But it is the oldest agency of the United Nations amongst all agency. Yet it's not so popular. Kulang PR. But, ITU stands for International Telecommunications Union, composed of 193 countries around the world. And every 4 years, we elect 48 countries to sit in the council. Only 48 countries to govern the ICT, concerns of the world. And I'm happy to share with you that under the leadership of Secretary Ivan John Uy, we have managed to get one seat in the 48 Council of the ITU. And during the plenipotentiary in Bucharest in 2022, we have witnessed the election of the first woman Secretary General after 156 years since the ITU was created, in the person of Secretary Doreen Bogdan Martin. So that inspires me. That's the reason why I'm so confident speaking now, because we have a woman ITU Secretary General. But the good news is, and for those of you who are not aware yet, you also have a woman sitting as ITU Counselor of the Philippines. And that is somebody standing before you today, your ITU Counselor for the Philippines. I am sharing this feat with all the women here. I was sitting and, rubbing elbows with Secretary Doreen Bogdan Martin, whom I just used to stalk on LinkedIn for the last 10 years. So I said, I have to wake up from this dream. But it's true. And I'd like to share this with everyone. The fact that we have now an ITU counselor who is a woman, an ITU Secretary General who is a woman, every girl in this country can dream to become a very important player in the field of information and communications technology. And so with that, thank you for this opportunity to be your keynote speaker. Let us all work together to empower the next generation of women in STEAM by fostering an environment where everyone, regardless of gender, can learn, innovate, and thrive. Maraming salamat po.
Ma'am, please remain on stage. Please remain on stage. Thank you very much. So thank you very much, Yusek, Giselle. May I now request Dr. Monterola, Ambassador Johan Rieger, UN resident Gustavo Gonzalez, and Ms. Linartes Viloria of the International Labor Organization, and Mr. Melvin Magsayo of CISTEM. Please come up on stage as we award the Certificate of Appreciation to Yusek Josel Batapas Sige. So let me now read the contents of the certificate. This Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to Josel Batapas Sige for sharing her time, knowledge, expertise, and insights as keynote speaker during the 3rd Women in STEAM Summit with the theme Transforming Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, Agriculture, and Mathematics for Lifelong Learning, held on February 13, 2024 in Diliman, Quezon City, Philippines. Signed, Linartes M. Viloria, Sherilyn C. Monterola, Melvin T. Magsayo. So as our guests are making their way to their seats, let me now continue. We will take a break for coffee and morning snacks. But before that, may I share a few announcements? We will have an exhibit raffle draw later today. Each participant will receive a stamp card, which will be distributed during our health break. To join the raffle, you must view all the exhibits of our guest exhibitors, which are located here on the 2nd floor and on the 1st floor lobby, and collect all stamps from our exhibitors. Once you have filled up your stamp cards with the stamps from our exhibitors, please drop them at the raffle bowl located near the 2nd floor exhibit area. You have until the afternoon break to drop your stamp cards in the raffle bowl. The mechanics of our exhibit viewing with raffle are also posted in the exhibit areas. Food will be served outside the auditorium in front of the elementary school science laboratory and at the other end of this floor. Please be back by 10:40. We would also like to remind everyone that you may not bring food or drinks inside the auditorium. Thank you very much and enjoy your snacks.
National Institute for Science and Mathematics Education Development, or UP NISMED, is a research and extension unit of the University of the Philippines. Guided by its mandate to improve science and mathematics education, NISMED performs three major functions: research, curriculum development, professional development, and extension services. Through the years, NISMED has been generating new knowledge regarding science and mathematics teaching in the country. Research outputs, such as teaching materials, are tried and tested to teachers and students inside the classroom. Relevant and innovative teaching materials are made available online and at NISMED publications for distribution. In addition, NISMED is highly involved in the framing of the National Science and Mathematics Basic Education curricula. Equipped with subject area specialists, NISMED offers professional development programs which cater to the needs of teachers and educators in the country and Asia-Pacific region. These training programs deepen teachers' understanding of the subject areas they teach. NISMED promotes science teaching through inquiry and teaching mathematics through problem solving. Not only it conducts training programs, but also mentors science and mathematics teachers in the elementary and secondary levels. NISMED also promotes lesson study, a school-based teacher professional development model which originated in Japan and is now gaining popularity in the country. To reach out to various communities, NISMED uses different platforms online. It also ventured into television to popularize science among general viewers and used radio to reach out to more teachers and the public.
Ito po ang programang sa gawing handog ng UP NISMED.
To further its extension services, NISMED regularly conducts stargazing activities to accommodate school requests. It regularly opens its laboratories, providing opportunities for students to learn science and mathematics concepts and practice their applications. To conduct more effective programs and activities, NISMED partners with both local and international organizations. Committed to excellence, NISMED programs have continuously been achieving awards and recognitions. Since its establishment in 1964, NISMED continues its journey of commitment and service to lead the nation in science and mathematics education.
Gusto namin po kayong pasalamatan sapagkat patuloy po ang inyong pagsama sa amin sa Go Teacher Go.
One of the goals of mathematics teaching is to give opportunities for students to experience transformations.
Simulation na to ay ina-allow yung learner para explore yung isang fragment ng DNA molecule.
May tuturing na cross-cutting concept o theme ang food security sa pagtuturo sapagkat kaya nitong tupugin o pagtagdi-tagdiin ang iba't ibang konseptong pag-agham at maging ng mga konseptong sakop ng iba pang mga disiplina.
Ako parehas sa'yo, classmate Reds. Yung akong binasa Jessie nga rin eh. Sino ba kasi itong si Jessie or si Jessie na ito?
Sa Jessie, kinikilala nito ang mga excluded group na magkaroon ng pantay na oportunidad para mas makilala nila ang kanilang kakayahan at kagalingan.
The best way talaga no, to teach SPS, the science process skills, is to teach it in the context of inquiry-based lesson.
Para alagaan tayo ni Mother Earth, kailangan alagaan din siya. At sa pag-aalaga kay Mother Earth, parang sa GTG lang, kasali ka. Pag binuksan na natin ang carbonated drink, ano yung madalas na nangyayari, classmate Ral?
Kapag binubuksan siya, may bubbles. Tapos, naririnig natin yung fizz. Yung, alam mo yung Tama ba?
Tama. Sige, buksan natin to.
Ayun.
Yun, may narinig ko akong fizz.
Ayan.
Kasali ka.
Kasali ka. Kasali ka.
Kasali ka.
Kasali ka.
Kasali ka.
Kasali ka.
Kasali ka.
Kasali ka.
Kasali ka.
Kasali ka. Kasali ka.
Kasali ka.
Kasali ka.
Maraming salamat. Kami po ay natutuwa na makausap kayo, na makapagbahagi sa inyo. Ito po ang Go Teacher Go, kaagapay ng makabagong guro.
Today, we are witnessing the great conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn.
Teaching science and mathematics through storytelling.
Teacher time out. Feeling the mental health impact of the pandemic.
Building water rockets. A narrative from the Tubatahari.
This is Tubatahari Natural Park. Science and mathematics as toy. Second part, which is pick up and release the sticks at the same time, letting them fall.
The UP National Institute for Science and Mathematics Education Development, or UP NISMED, is a research and extension unit of the University of the Philippines. Guided by its mandate to improve science and mathematics education, NISMED performs three major functions: research, curriculum development, professional development, and extension services. Through the years, NISMED has been generating new knowledge regarding science and mathematics teaching in the country. Research outputs, such as teaching materials, are tried and tested to teachers and students inside the classroom. Relevant and innovative teaching materials are made available online and at NISMED publications for distribution. In addition, NISMED is highly involved in the framing of the National Science and Mathematics Basic Education curricula. Equipped with subject area specialists, NISMED offers professional development programs which cater to the needs of teachers and educators in the country and Asia-Pacific region. These training programs deepen teachers' understanding of the subject areas they teach. NISMED promotes science teaching through inquiry and teaching mathematics through problem solving. Not only it conducts training programs, but also mentors science and mathematics teachers in the elementary and secondary levels. NISMED also promotes lesson study, a school-based teacher professional development model which originated in Japan and is now gaining popularity in the country. To reach out to various communities, NISMED uses different platforms online. It also ventured into television to popularize science among general viewers and used radio to reach out to more teachers and the public.
Ito po ang programang sa gawing handog ng UP NISMED.
To further its extension services, NISMED regularly conducts stargazing activities to accommodate school requests. It regularly opens its laboratories, providing opportunities for students to learn science and mathematics concepts and practice through applications. To conduct more effective programs and activities, NISMED partners with both local and international organizations. Committed to excellence, NISMED programs have continuously been achieving awards and recognitions. Since its establishment in 1964, NISMED continues its journey of commitment and service to lead the nation in science and mathematics education.
I have a lot of dreams. I want to become a doctor, I want to become a nurse, a nun actually. But what I wanted is to really help my mom and my family. So what I did is I took business management because I believe that management is a flexible course. And I ended up here in the hospitality industry. Kumbaga, mas napaprioritize yung mga lalaki in terms of other higher positions, or sometimes yung opportunities are really given to men because sometimes they think women are weak or women are hindi masyadong proactive, tahimik lang, reserved.
This team is encountering delays in their daily work tasks. Mona has a feeling that the delays are due to
With the training that ILO provided, it really upgraded my skill. Nagagamit ko talaga yung soft skills training ng ILO to my day-to-day tasks and activities sa properties. I want to grow and grow and grow pa with the company. So with that training will help me.
parang yearly na lang na January to March.
About a year after joining Microtel, I have this dream. There's a photo in Microtel na naka-display doon. These are the photos of the leaders. It was taken in the first Microtel. Sabi ko noon, parang my dream is to be part of that photo and become part of the management team. And now I'm included in the photo.
Welcome back. Let me take a moment to acknowledge once again our online participants from the following schools. So we have participants from UP National Center for Transportation Studies, Madela Comprehensive High School, Madela, Quirino Province, Bicol University College of Education, MSU, Iligan Institute of Technology, Iligan City, Piatti University, and we have a participant from Masbate. So thank you for joining us as we celebrate women and girls in the field of STEAM. So I'd like to call on Dr. Ivy Mejia to introduce the moderator and speaker for our fireside chat with the theme Empowering Girls and Women in STEAM. Dr. Mejia is the chair of the Women in STEAM Summit Committee and Gender Development Committee of UP NISMED. Dr. Mejia?
Thank you, Dr. Helen. Good morning, everyone. So, let me, there are female students that are in the auditorium, so maybe ito yung genre nyo, okay? So I would like to introduce Miss Hilary Dayan Andales. She is a native of Leyte. Hilary Dayan Andales studies the oldest stars and galaxies in and around the Milky Way. Last June 2023, she graduated from the top STEM school in the world, I repeat, the top STEM school in the world, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, with a near perfect GPA. Sana all, no? While studying physics at MIT, she was an active researcher with 4 research papers published in high-impact journals. Paano mo nagagawa yun, no? Nag-aaral ka at nagpa-publish. She was also outside MIT. She is a dynamic and creative Filipino science communicator whose work has reached over 8 million viewers worldwide. She has received numerous awards, including the Barrett Prize and the Chambliss Medal for her outstanding research on galactic archaeology, the Order of the Lepton Award, and the Ortov Award for service, recognizing her leadership in the MIT Physics Department, and the Dewitt Wallace Prize for science writing for the public. She is best known for winning the $400,000 worth of prizes after winning the Breakthrough Junior Challenge in 2017. So I think na panood niyo yan before. Taking first place out of 11,000 contestants in this global science communication competition. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Hilary Andales, please come up on stage, Miss Hilary. And for the second time, we are thankful for having her, Miss Karen Davila. Miss Karen Davila will be our moderator. She is the UN United Nations Women National Goodwill Ambassador of the Philippines. Last October 2023, the United Women appointed Miss Karen Davila as the National Goodwill Ambassador for the Philippines. She is an award-winning journalist, news anchor, and television radio program host who is a constant advocate for women and children's rights. In her role as a Goodwill Ambassador for Women, she sets out to emphasize the role of women in development and nation building. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Hilary and Miss Karen Davila.
Hello. Thank you so much, Hilary. Good morning. Greet everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, especially to UP NISMED, for having me here today.
You know what? Seeing you right now on stage, you are the living example that STEM and women in STEM, it's cool.
Exactly.
Right?
That's what I want to say.
So you have to tell us first how you got to MIT. You know, that's the dream of many Filipinos, MIT, Harvard. But how did a woman like yourself get into it?
Well, actually, at first, I thought that these places were not real at all, that they were almost impossible to get into. I kind of treated them like Hogwarts in how fantastical it was to even imagine getting into these places. But for the longest time, my dream was always to study here in UP because I had so much respect for this institution. And then there was an opportunity that came when I was in grade 12, and that was the Breakthrough Junior Challenge, which was mentioned in the introduction. And that competition was basically an international science communication competition where high school students all around the world have to explain a very difficult concept in science in a very simple way through a video. And in my first try, I joined it with 6,000 other participants, and I was very happy to place third. And then I wanted to join again and see if I could do better. And I was very happy to find out that I got first place that next time around. And so there were 11,000 kids my year, and then I was the first place. So I was super, super happy and very surprised to find out that I was able to do this despite having no experience in making videos. And after that award, I was able to receive the prizes that I had, and that was including the $250,000 scholarship. And I think that was the main key to getting me into MIT. And after that, I've been very happy to see, because I joined that competition in 2017, but every year since, we've had so many Filipinos aspiring to win this challenge. And we have had many Filipinos as well making it to the finals. We're still waiting for another winner, but there are many excellent Filipino science communicators out there now.
And let's just add that her YouTube the YouTube episode, what they call it, video.
It's a video. Yes.
The
it's a
YouTube video that she produced is actually on the theory of relativity.
Yes.
And it now has 25 million views. Tama, no?
Ano po, if you total it across all platforms, it would be around 10 million views right now.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Dinagdagan ko ng 15 million. So around 10 million
Yes.
views. But how did you get to love science? I think that's a challenge for many Filipinos.
I think a lot of my love for science was really started at home. So my parents were really enamored with science and the way that you could use this way of thinking, because science is really a way of thinking. We tend to think of science as just a collection of facts or just a collection of concepts, but really science is a mindset and way of thinking, of inquiring about the world. And because my family taught me to treat science that way, that I could understand the stars, that I could understand rocks, the floor, why I exist right now through science. That was really why I loved it. And my parents also always told me stories about the great men and women of science. So, for example, Marie Curie, they told me all these stories about how she broke through the barriers in, the 1900s, where it was extremely hard to be a woman in science. So, those stories and also the mindset that my parents ingrained in me has been very, very helpful to becoming what I am today.
So it's important to have role models.
Yes, extremely. And I think that has been the running theme throughout my career. I wouldn't say I have a career yet, but so far in my journey throughout science, role models have really been, the motivation or the fuel for me to keep going. Because, I mean, don't get me wrong, I always have nights where I'm just crying because I can't do it anymore. It's really exhausting and stressful. But I think about my role models and I think about how they were able to do it and how they too had their own struggles and they, charged through it. And it's important to also think about the fact that role models come from everywhere. So they're not just the icons that we hear about in history books like Marie Curie. I also have role models that they're people around me. So my parents are my role models, and then my professors at MIT are my role models. My classmates who are so intelligent are also my role models. And just thinking about them inspires me to keep going.
What do you think is the biggest misconception when it comes to STEM?
I think I touched on this earlier already, that the biggest misconception when it comes to STEM is really that it's a collection of facts. And I think this kind of approach of thinking about STEM as a collection of facts is really what gives us a lot of anxiety. Because, ang dami-dami na namang i-memorize, ang dami-dami ko na namang isosolve na problem, ganun. But at the core, at the core of it, it's really just a way to understand the world. And when you think about it that way, it becomes just one thing. Instead of a million things to think about, it's just one thing. So how can we start, once we have a problem, once we have something that we want to understand, how do we start approaching that at the very base level? So at first we ask, what is it? What are the properties of this thing? Why do I want to solve this problem? And so on. And once we start asking these basic questions, which don't require any memorization or anything of that fact, it just requires a certain kind of curiosity and a certain kind of mindset of wanting to understand. So, in my opinion, if we start shifting the way we approach science from just being memorization or from just being, a barrage of things, and turn it into a way of asking questions, then I think we can make a lot of Filipino children, Filipino people, even the adults, love this subject.
All right. When you went to MIT, what specific course did you take and what was it like?
So I took up physics in MIT because it felt like the most straightforward way of combining my interest in science and in math. And along the way, I tried to find a certain specialization in physics. So at first, I was very interested in the problems of dark matter. And dark matter is basically this problem where we really don't know what 85% of the matter content of the universe is, which is wild because we think we've known for centuries that physics has made strides in understanding the universe, and that, we've made a lot of things happen because of physics, like the internet, also some destructive things like the atomic bomb. But we've found that this kind of physics that we've been able to make, that has been able to make the internet, that can only understand 15% of the matter content of the universe. And so I was very interested in where that 85% was. And so that, where is the 85%? We don't know. And that kind of problem enamored me into astrophysics. And so while I don't exactly pursue or study dark matter right now, that got me started into thinking about astrophysics. And so the things up in space. So now I have been doing, since my freshman year, I've been doing research on what we call ultra faint dwarf galaxies. And my field is basically called galactic archaeology. And whenever I say the name of the field, everyone starts to get curious, because what are these two words doing together in one single phrase, right? But galactic archaeology really is the study of galaxies and then using those galaxies to learn about our past, because that's what archaeologists do, right? And so what we do is we use these super, super old, super small, very faint galaxies, and we use them like cosmic fossils to study the early universe.
Now, some people may be asking, why is this relevant to their daily lives?
Yeah.
Some people are hungry, they need more jobs.
Yes.
Why would galactic archaeology matter?
Well, the first thing I always want to say is I agree. It's a very, very valid question to ask. But whenever I would like to ask everyone here, you've seen, you go on Facebook, right? And sometimes you see Philippine Daily Inquirer or Philippine Star, they post a picture from NASA of these galaxies that are all the way out there, have no connection to life on Earth. And yet, if you look at the likes, there are tens of thousands of likes. And what does that say about us? That says that we are extremely curious, that we wonder about these things, and that we are inspired by them. And the fact that we're inspired by them makes our study of these things very relevant. It might not give us immediately innovations like the internet, but this kind of spirit of being inspired by things that are mysterious, being curious about things that we don't know or are far away, that's very important. And also, even then, from that, in addition to that point of inspiration, these seemingly esoteric things that are irrelevant can actually lead to
They will matter in time.
Exactly. So, for example, Einstein's theory of relativity, it was just all math. Incredibly irrelevant if you ask the normal person, nothing to do with life at all. But look at what it got us today. It has given us GPS that we use every single day in our phones. So think about that.
Wow, ang galing nun ah. Dapat kinilabutan ako doon. Magaling yun. You love regular people relating to that,
Yes.
right? You're now at the University of Chicago after graduating from MIT. And what's interesting is you told me on Head Start that if you want, you can do undergraduate and then go straight to PhD.
Yes.
First, why is that?
Well, I think it's the way that their training has always been done. And the way that they do it is after you finish your undergrad, you can go straight into a PhD. And this is usually for STEM fields like physics, biology, and so on. And the way that the PhD is structured is that it's 6 years. And then the first 2 years are technically your master's. So by the time you finish your first 2 years, you get your master's. And then the rest of the 4 are just PhD.
And what are you specializing in the University of Chicago?
So it would be continuing my old research in galactic archaeology, except in MIT, while I was in college, I was doing more computational work. So basically just sitting in front of my laptop every day, using simulations to study these stars. But in my PhD, I wanted to actually look at the stars themselves by using telescopes. And that was the reason why I chose the University of Chicago, instead of Yale University, which also I was fortunate to receive. Yes. So I was very happy to receive an offer from Yale and Stanford.
But why did you choose University of Chicago over Yale and Stanford?
Because of their capabilities with the telescope. So Chicago has way more resources in terms of observational astronomy. So using these big, big telescopes in Chile, and they have a lot of money and resources for that, and so that was the reason why I chose them.
Okay, is it difficult, number one, being a Filipino?
For me, I didn't really think it was difficult. I mean, before I went to the US, I had a lot of people telling me that, oh, it's going to be hard being an international student. But when I went there, I actually found it very liberating to make my own decisions for myself. Like, if I made a mistake, if I didn't submit my taxes on time, that would be my fault, not anyone else's fault. And so that kind of responsibility was actually very empowering for me.
And being a woman in science, I think in today's age, is it right to say there's a bias for women?
I actually wouldn't say that, because for the longest time, for the centuries that science has existed, women have always been pushed to the sidelines. And this is common in astronomy as well. And now the fact that there are a lot of programs supporting women in science is actually not to bias for women, but to just get women
To
on the same
equalize
level.
them.
Yes, exactly. So I would want us to look at it this way.
So I'm curious, in your class right now at the University of Chicago, how many in your class are women?
Well, actually, I haven't seen the actual demographics of my class yet, but I could tell you an interesting story. So when I was admitted to Stanford, they had this big visit day where all of the PhD students were, gathered together to meet the department. And then it was huge. There were around 50 seniors in college. And then it was all a mix. But then people started getting segregated into their specialist fields. So, for example, there were people in theoretical physics, particle physics, and then there were people in astronomy and so on. But what was interesting was that when we looked at the different tables by specialization, astronomy was mostly women. So when we went to a room only for the astronomy students, there were 10 women and then 3 men. And so this was a very promising sign for me that astronomy was a very welcoming community. And that was actually one big factor why I decided to take up astronomy.
I'm curious, what about MIT when you graduated physics and minoring in astronomy?
So that
How
was
many were women?
Yeah, so that was a bit different. So my major in MIT was physics, which is more general than astrophysics or astronomy. And that in that place, I definitely felt a bit out of place because there were many men. There were, I think, women in MIT. Please don't quote me on the exact figures, but we are definitely less than half in physics, and we're probably around 30 to 40% of the total of the physics students. And it's not only that, as a woman in this department of physics, it felt kind of alienating at times. And it wasn't to say that the men were actively, trying to harass us. They were very friendly and they were very collaborative. But it was just the culture, and then also the fact that the men tended to be louder than the women, even though they didn't inherently want to disempower or disenfranchise the women. It was just they were inherently,
More
louder.
confident.
Yeah, more confident. And there are a lot of studies saying this, that women actually tend to be in the sidelines, and this kind of environment.
Or want to be invisible.
Exactly. And so we have a lot to do in that department, and empowering women to speak up, even though a woman has actually the correct idea or the correct answer, they feel very shy to say it out loud. So
So Hillary, I know you've written many papers. How many so far?
I have 4 so far.
4 papers. Imagine that at the age of 12. I'm kidding. She looks so young. Anyway, all right. So yeah, but what essentially, where do you want to go? You're in your 20s right now.
Yeah, 20s.
4 papers in your 20s, taking your PhD. What else do you want?
I'm not sure. So I have a lot to figure out, because
But do you want to do research all your life, or do you have a vision that when you reach 30s, you want to be in, let's say, operations?
Yeah.
You want to be on the ground?
This is an active question that I think about actually every single day.
Or you can be in NASA.
Yeah.
I mean, hidden figures.
Yeah, exactly. So I I think about this a lot, whether I want to pursue research full time, because also the reason why I'm not super sure about pursuing research is also actually about barriers for women. So I'm thinking about this right now as I go into my PhD and as I go into my 30s, where I'm starting to think about raising my own kids and having a family. And pursuing a research career as a woman in that age specifically, when you're trying to build your own family, is going to be very hard. You're going to have
Until now?
until now, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So for one, you have sometimes there are PhD advisors who are not understanding if you have your own family obligations, which as a woman are very heavy for you compared to the husband.
Yeah.
And number two, once you do have the child, where do you find the childcare? If you present at conferences, who's going to take care of your baby? I've had my own professors carry their babies while they were presenting their own papers in front of other physicists. So this is a thing that still happens a lot today. And unfortunately, women still have to ask. Sometimes they even have to beg for accommodations for this kinds of things. So this is another unique barrier once you reach that stage of your career. And that's why I'm kind of hesitant. And this is a very gendered experience,
Yeah.
which is making me hesitate to pursue research. So
But
that's
I
one thing.
wanted to ask you, what about the issue of, I don't know if it exists today, but I watched lessons in chemistry. Have you guys seen lessons in chemistry?
Oh, I've
Right?
heard of that one.
You should watch that.
I should.
It's,
I
well,
should.
of course, it's fiction, but it's about a woman essentially who was a brilliant researcher in a private company, and she was smarter than the men, but she wasn't allowed to write her name as part of the author of the research. Does that still exist today?
Well, I haven't heard of any experiences like that personally from my experience, but I could imagine that happening right now. And actually, I'm very happy to see that there have been a lot of strides made already to, empower women and to give women accommodations. There are already childcare grants or universities building daycares on campus for the women professors. And so that makes me very happy. And specifically in astronomy, it has been a much more welcoming place than physics in general. And that's probably because astronomy is 40% women, while physics is only 20% women. And so
This is all over the world
all
or
over the world.
MIT?
This is all over the world. Yes. So this is the reason why I think I've been very encouraged to continue in astronomy, because it's been a more welcoming place, maybe because of the women that are in it, and also because of the men who have been allies for the women in fighting for these causes.
Okay, what's your dream job as in astronomy?
For me, I'm still not sure. I ideally would want to be probably either a researcher at observatory institutions or an astronomy institution. Probably not a university, because
Yeah.
I'm not sure I would be very good at teaching, but I would really like to continue doing research. But my bigger dream is actually to be a science communicator for the general public, for
Oh,
the masses.
beautiful. I think that's the best, to be a science communicator for the general public. Last words, Hillary, as we wrap up.
So for me, my last words is really just for all of the students here, and especially all of the teachers here. I think we've been talking a lot about science and how to approach science. And I think a lot of it is just about passion. So in science, we emphasize learning all the facts. We emphasize understanding the facts. But I think passion is really more, pertinent and important and salient for approaching science. Because when I was in Kit Peak Observatory, I was a tour guide telling people about the telescopes. And while I was the youngest out there, I was, 20 years old, while all of the other tour guides were 70. They were way more experienced in astronomy than I was, but I was the one who was very, very excited. And so I got every time I had tourists coming to the observatory, they would always tell me, "Oh, your enthusiasm was so infectious." And because the enthusiasm was infectious, they were able to feel that excitement as well. And they were able to be excited about astronomy, even though they had no care for it beforehand. So, to all of the students here or the teachers here, even their trainers, passion should precede everything else first, because once they feel that you're excited about the subject, everything else will follow. Because if you're teaching it blindly, if you don't care about it, how can you expect everyone else to care about it as well? So that's what I would like to end with today.
Thank you so much, Hillary. Thank you so much for this session. Thank you.
Let's remain on stage. Yes. Okay, so thank you very much, Ms. Hilary Andales and Ms. Karen Davila, for a discussion on galactic archaeology and why it inspires and sparks curiosity and the place of women in the STEM landscape, and to speak up and the work that has yet to be done in empowering girls and women in STEAM, and for a discussion that has completely engaged the audience. Am I right? Okay, so I'd like to call on stage Dr. Monterola, Ms. Viloria, Ms. Diolanda, and Mr. Magsayo to award the Certificate of Appreciation to Ms. Andales and Ms. Davila. So let me read the contents of the certificate. This Certificate of Appreciation is given to Hilary Diane Andales for sharing her time, knowledge, expertise, and insights as plenary speaker during the 3rd Women in STEAM Summit with the theme Transforming Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, Agriculture, and Mathematics for Lifelong Learning, held on February 13, 2024 in Diliman, Quezon City, Philippines. Signed, Leonardo M. Viloria, Sherilyn C. Monterola, and Melvin T. Magsayo. Same Certificate of Appreciation is given to Karen Davila for sharing her time, knowledge, expertise, and insights as moderator of Fireside Chat, Empowering Girls and Women in STEAM during the 3rd Women in STEAM Summit with Forming Science, Technology, Arts, Agriculture, and Mathematics team for lifelong learning, held on February 13th for Diliman, Quezon City. Gloria, Monterola, and Melvin T. Magsayo. Our moderator and our partner. So now we proceed to part of our program, the first plenary talk, Breaking the Glass Ceiling for Women in STEM. May I call on Dr. Mona Lisa T. Sasi, the Deputy Director for Research and Extension of UP NISMED, to introduce the speaker for our next plenary talk.
Dr. Catalan. It is an honor to introduce to you our next speaker. Guests, fellow educators, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Our plenary speaker is a scientist and an administrator by profession, and her responsibilities include provision of executive direction over all functions of the Philippine Nuclear Research Institute, formulation and adoption of a comprehensive nuclear science and technology plan, including manpower training, infrastructure and institution building, and monitoring. She also supervises all units in the implementation of their work plans and assists the director in the establishment of policies and guidelines for nuclear research and development, also in services and training activities of the institute. She also assists in the implementation of nuclear regulations and licensing responsibility of PNRI, and in the approval of rules and regulations necessary to carry out all functions and objectives of the institute. Our speaker obtained her Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in physics from the National Institute of Physics in UP Diliman. In 2008, she was awarded the MEXT scholarship by the Japanese government, through which she completed her PhD in Material Science and Engineering from the University of Tsukuba, Japan. She also worked as a postdoctoral researcher at the National Institute for Materials Science in Tsukuba from 2012 to 2014, and later joined the Micro AS Beamline project of the Paul Scherrer Institute in Switzerland as a Marie Curie postdoctoral fellow until 2017. She later returned to the Philippines and briefly joined as a private consultant, and then she became a visiting scientist of PNRI and taught at the National Institute of Physics. After her short stint in UP Diliman, she returned to PNRI as an associate scientist for the DOST. Our speaker is the PNRI lead coordinator for the Nuclear Forensics Working Group and the Institute's focal person for the nuclear science and technology collaborations between DOST, PNRI, and the Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organization. Conferred with the rank of Scientist 1 by the DOST and the Civil Service Commission under the Scientific Career System of the Philippine government, guests, fellow educators, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome the Deputy Director of the Philippine Nuclear Research Institute, Dr. Valerie Ann I. Samson.
Thank you very much for that very generous introduction. So from one physicist to another. I have my on, please. Oh, I emailed. Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, so I have a small presentation to give a brief background, not a so brief background about my journey to my scientific journey in science. So I'm very pleased to have been invited to this forum. This is the first time that the DOST PNRI was able to join this UP NISMED forum. The invitation was actually given to me just last Saturday over household chores. So I'm married. I have 2 kids, by the way, and it took me some time to give my reply to Mom Cheryl if I will be joining, because normally on weekends I'm a full-time mom. No, so I don't do any work. I don't do emails on. I open, but I need to reply to those emails when I am in a better state of mind. You know, as mothers, as mothers, weekends are like a tornado in the house. So I need my time and quiet before I can reply to that email. So that's so I'm happily married, and one of my kids is actually in Pisay right now, and then I have a 16-year-old and a 6-year-old right now. So I'm still I'm I'm handling a teenager, but at the same time I'm still joining PTA meetings. PTA meetings where I am judged because I miss those because I have work, and so I miss kiddie parties. I miss kiddie parties. The all the moms are there, and then one time I was in a program, and then one mom said to me, I know that it was in a very sarcastic, so, oh, good that you can join now. I'm like, oh my God, I'm judged. I'm judged. And then in another time, so I was there already, and then another mom told me, oh, you see, the world did not crumble when you were not there in the office. I said, this mom is so judgmental. So you see, because you are in your not late, but you're in your 40s and you still have a very young child, and I'm not as full time as them, and so may mga ganong judgment na but it is what it is, right? And I still have a 6-year-old, because true as what Hillary said, it's quite difficult to juggle your academic career and being a family person, you know. So when I was in Japan, I already had my younger child, but then
I did not, I was so not brave. I was fearful of having a second one because you have no help abroad, no? So you don't have your family there, and therefore 16 years old and a 6-year-old. That's the age gap, 10-year age gap, because I was too afraid to have a second child while abroad, and you have no family to support you there. So this is my presentation. And next slide, please. So this will be the outline of my talk. I will give you a brief background about my roots, and you will be surprised with my roots and my early career in the Philippines before I went abroad to do my PhD and 2 stints of postdoc as mentioned. Then after traveling the world, then I decided to come back here in the Philippines to be in academia once again and try my luck to be in a permanent place here in the Philippines and coming full circle to my career. So next slide, please. So I'm a waray-waray also, like Hillary actually. So we're both coming from Tacloban City, but she's a bit younger. So I did not come from Pisay because Pisay, Eastern Visayas came 1 year after. So I was already in first year high school, and then on my second year, there Pisay, Eastern Visayas opened. So I was asking my grandmother if I will stop and go to Pisay because I really wanted to be in a science high school, but my grandmother said no, like it's already your second year, just continue. But nevertheless, I was in a very small town elementary school. So if you're coming to Tacloban and you land on the airport, that's my hometown. So that's San Jose, Tacloban City. And if you're going away from the city, the first school that you see on the left side is my elementary school. So I'm a very small town girl. And I was talking to Dr. Serafico that indeed your love for science and math starts in the elementary grade, right? And I was in grade 4 when I won my first regional DOST science quiz. That's that's the start of my journey as a scientist, I would say. And coming from a small town to, I did not reach national, by the way. I never reached national during that time. But coming from a small town, it was already a very big deal that you were able to reach regional. And so I was my school's pride and joy that I was able to reach regional. And then after that, I went to Leyte National High School since there was no Pisay yet. And I was the first batch of the DOST special science class. So I was the first ever DOST special science class, and it gave us like a Pisay education, wherein we have very advanced math, advanced mathematics, advanced science courses as well. And true enough, I was best in general science, best in earth science, best in biology, best in chemistry. But let's stop at that. Only until chemistry, okay? Only until chemistry. And then next slide, please. But, next slide, please. But I took my bachelor's in physics, okay? So I was never best in physics. It's not because I didn't like the subject. I think it was mostly the teacher that I did not sorry for that, because the teacher really matters, you know. My biology and chem teachers were the best, but God bless my physics teacher. I did not like him so much. But in college, I took bachelor's in physics here at the National Institute of Physics. So I'm a UP graduate. So I see Dr. Boot. No. I one of my former physics professor, and then I also graduated with an MS Physics here in UP Diliman. So next slide, please. So the question is, why did I take physics? No, so I told you I was only best until chemistry. I did not push until physics. And the answer is, next slide, please. I needed a scholarship. Okay? Pera-pera lang po. Pera-pera lang po. When you're 16, right? When you're 16, there was a big difference between 2,000 pesos as a stipend and the 3,250 pesos as a stipend for the DUST SEI scholarship. And when you're 16, okay, let's get that money. You don't care how difficult the subject will be. You just enroll in BS Physics. And when you are already there, you say, oh my gosh, I think I made a very big mistake. No? But of course, you can afford more because you have 3,250. You can eat at Wendy's more. Right? When you were, so that was the reason. And it was really effective. Most of my classmates, and even after 10 years, I think the UST SEI still continued giving a higher stipend for the BS Physics program, which helped. So it actually helps. So for girls like me, that want beautiful clothes, well, so okay, let's do the 3,250. But yeah, so I guess the USC SEI has stopped that already. But they in one discussion, they said that if we want one course to be promoted, then we need to give them a higher stipend, like what we did with physics. So I'm a testament of the of the success of that DUST SEI promotion. Next slide, please. So my early career in the Philippines was after I graduated from my bachelor's in physics here at the university. I crossed the Commonwealth Avenue Road and went to the Philippine Nuclear Research Institute. So it's that right now you can't see it anymore. So for our guests not from Quezon City, so now it's the UP Techno Hub that you see. But back then you would see this egg-like structure, that egg-like structure. And it was the landmark structure along Commonwealth back in those days. And it's actually a research reactor. It's a nuclear research reactor. And not all Filipinos know this, but we have been nuclear since the 1960s. So that research reactor was alive since the 1960s. It operated until the 1980s. However, due to they wanted to upgrade it to 3 megawatt. It was a 1 megawatt research reactor. And when they did an upgrade, something went wrong. And unfortunately, it came also at a time when the Bataan nuclear power plant was mothballed. No? So in the 80s, the Philippine nuclear research reactor was down. It was supposed to be decommissioned. And then the Bataan nuclear power plant was also mothballed. So it was the dark years of nuclear physics and engineering in the Philippines. And we have lost that know-how and knowledge somehow in nuclear reactor engineering here in the Philippines. So, but I went there anyway, and I was in the applied physics research section, and I was there for 6 years doing my early career doing science and research. And I would always say that I'm very, very lucky. So even if I was an analyst at that time, I'm very, very lucky because I get to do what I love. Right. So if whatever the pay is, but because you get to do what you love, then you are in a very good place. Next slide, please. So these were just some of the annual reports of the PNRI. So that's my hand over there, and that's a very young me 15 kilos ago, no? 15 kilos ago. So next slide, please. So after my stint in PNRI, so it was 6 years, I also was doing my master's degree here in physics. So I was doing part-time working in PNRI and then doing my master's program here in UP. But after that, I told myself that in those days, it was quite difficult to get like a research grant from the government. And my friends told me that if you have the chance to do your PhD abroad, so do it abroad, they said, because it's very, very difficult at that time to finish a PhD here in UP. And so I tried my luck and was able to get a MEC scholarship in Japan. And I went to Tsukuba. Tsukuba is 60 kilometers north of Tokyo. So it's just a 1 hour train ride north of Tokyo in this beautiful campus. So my degree program was a collaborative research school, they would say. My lab was in like a PNRI, like a PNRI. So it was an RDI. It was a research institute, but the researchers there were affiliated to the university. So the university was giving the degree and the students were doing their research in an RDI. So because in Japan you have the PhD by research program. So I hope that in the future we will be able to replicate that. So that more of our researcher, we can make use of the RDI. So like PNRI, which has a lot of equipment and researchers that can mentor and then partner with UP. UP will be giving out the degree. Next slide, please. So this was my group. My specialization is in X-ray. So I'm an X-ray girl. But I was telling Hillary that my X-rays are only down here. Her X-rays are there in there in the stars. My X-rays are terrestrial X-rays. So as you see, especially in Japan, you really feel the disparity in the number of females and males in STEM. No, you can be in a room like this full of researchers and scientists, and I will be the only female. So they're all men in black and about to present their research work, and you'd feel so alone that why am I the only female here in this very big conference? And even in the lab, you would see that is the ratio of male to female in a typical Japanese lab, and the other female is the secretary already. No, so there are two of us. The other is the secretary. Okay, next slide, please. Then, so this was my research work, wherein I was working on smart polymers. So smart polymers are polymers that respond to different types of stimuli. Next slide, please. It can be temperature, it can be pH, light, or even magnetic field or electric field, wherein they change their according to the stimuli that you put into them. And after that, after my 4 years of PhD work in Tsukuba, Japan, next slide, please. I had Best PhD Dissertation Award from the University of Tsukuba, and I'm wearing our very our Filipiniana gown for that event when I graduate, because I'm really, really proud to be Filipina and winning that prestigious Best Dissertation Award from the graduate school. Next slide, please. And I would often joke that when you're abroad, you also need to promote your culture, no? So my PhD is material science and engineering, but I would always say and entertainment. It become entertainment because I've learned how to do singkil, tinikling, what's that? Yung itik-itik. And I only learned it there. I've never done it here in the Philippines, but because of the promotion of our culture, so you need to do everything like that when there's an international festival. Next slide, please. But from PhD to postdoc, still continued to travel the world. Usually, after you do a PhD, you do a postdoc in another lab right away. But because I had a family, I already had my young boy at that time. I cannot move easily. No, you need to consider your family, how they will be in that different country or in different environment. So I stayed for 2 more years in Japan, and then I moved to Europe. So that I moved to Switzerland at the Paul Scherrer Institute. So it is a very big multi-facility institute, so like a research institute also. And I was working in this circle, in this donut structure here, in this donut facility. So it's a synchrotron. It's X-rays. Those are X-rays, but very powerful X-rays. No, so it's not like the X-rays that we have in our laboratories here. It's an X-ray facility that is at least 300 meters in diameter. So as big as this building. That's the size of the X-ray machine that we have. So different beam lines, we would say, different X-ray lines for a very specific experiment. Next slide, please. So this is how it looks inside the Swiss light source. So that's the synchrotron facility. Next slide, please. And then this is where I do my experiment. So it's a big room. So that's where the x-rays come out. But when you perform the experiment, of course, you can't be inside the room because it's x-rays. It's very high intensity x-rays. So you need to monitor all your experiments remotely outside of the experimental hutch. Experimental hutch. So next slide, please. So what I was doing, I was actually studying the corrosion deposits on nuclear fuel rods. So you have fuel rods. So this is a nuclear power reactor, which gives power generation to the for electricity, and you have the fuel rods there, and the corrosion deposits on top of the rod will impact the power output of the nuclear power plant. That's why they wanted to study it. That's why we want to determine what is causing this corrosion product deposits. No? So we were looking at them via the synchrotron X-rays that I have in the lab. Next slide, please. So these are very nice illustration of the elemental distribution of one tiny particle of corrosion product deposit. Next slide, please. Now, after my 3-year stint in the Swiss Light Source, I decided to I tried applying, you know. So because you're already there, you're already in the Western world, how about you try applying to the positions there? But then I always have that nagging feeling that yes, I can have hundreds of publications, but in my heart, that will I ever be lab leader? Will I ever be will I ever be the boss of an institute? And of course, the answer will be no. First is in the Western world, you have, males still are dominant in the scientific field. And then second, you're Asian. So that you need to be quadruply good, I would say. And then this means that you would not be taking care of your family anymore, and you'll just be on the lab almost 24/7. I can't have that. And in my heart, I can't have that. That it's better to go home and find something more permanent here. So after that, after 9 years abroad, I went back to be a balik scientist, and that's a very pregnant me. So that that's 9 months. Look at my nose. So I went back with a very big belly, actually. And that's why my balik scientist stint was only 1 month, because after a month, I popped out the baby already. No more extension. All right. And then after the balik scientist stint, 6 months, I was taking care of the baby. And then I went back here in UP. No, UP gave me a teaching position, and I was here from 2018 to 2020, where I led several projects aside from teaching. And one of that, which I'm very proud of, was our collaboration with CERN. So CERN is the European High Energy Association. And right now we are already members of two projects in CERN. So it was not only me, it was you see Dean Tapang, if you know, Dean Tapang there, and other professors from different universities all over the Philippines. Next slide, please. And I'm still very passionate about my synchrotron X-rays. That's why I led NIP to have an MOU with other synchrotron facilities all over the world. Next slide, please. And then coming full circle, so this is what I was telling Hillary, that after 2 years of teaching, since you've seen in my slides, I've never done teaching, right? I've never done teaching. It was just research work, right? And then I came here to UP, then it was the first time that I taught in my entire life. And then 2 years teaching here in UP, I was already, when I wake up in the morning, I was already asking myself, can I do this for another 5 years? And the answer was, no, I can't do that. I can't do this. I love teaching. I can teach, no? You can see that I can teach. I am able to inspire younger minds. However, not 5 days a week. Not maybe once a month is okay. not 5 days a week. And so and luckily there was a position open in PNRI. And then which was a good enough position. And that's why I went back to PNRI January 2020. UP is still a bit sad. And the director of NIP is still heartbroken maybe that I left after 2 years. But yeah, I guess it was really not for me. And so I went back to PNRI in 2020. Then I entered the Scientific Career System program in 2021. And I don't know what I put in my brain to aspire for an admin position. And then I became deputy director in 2021. Okay. But even though I'm still doing a lot of science, I'm still doing a lot of science on the side. I have a team and I'm doing gamma CT imaging. So I was an X-ray girl. And then since I'm in PNRI, I will use gamma. Gammas are on the higher energy range. So I'm using gamma CT for industrial application. And this project is in collaboration with EDC, which is the owner of the most number of geothermal power plants in the country. So next slide, please. So we are, if you know CT imaging in the hospital, wherein you make an cross-section image of your body, you can also do it with industrial pipes. All right. So the same concept, it's the same science, it's the same physics. You just use gamma rays because industrial pipes are more dense. Next slide, please. So next slide, please. And next slide, please. So this is why, next slide, please. So this, next also. Next. So this is why we need to do a gamma CT imaging of industrial pipes. You know, if you have such very big deposits in your industrial pipes, then the energy production will be down. And if you want to know where the exact clog is, you need to open it. So there is no other way to know where the clog is if you need to open it. And if you open it, you need to shut down the whole plant. And if you shut down, it will cost a lot of money, right? So what we are fabricating right now is an equipment that will be able to CT scan a pipeline and tell the geothermal power plant that this is where the clog is. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And so the reduction in that shutdown time. So if we are able to, so in money, it's 2.8 million pesos per hour savings to the company. If we are able to tell them this is where the clog is. It's a huge, and so these are just sample images that I have. And then next slide, please. So right now, a lot of building global scientific networks and policy making for the Filipino future. So I've been there, I've done that. So now I want to prepare the path for other young researchers. Right? So this is now my advocacy, my calling. So that's why I'm making all these global scientific networks available for the younger generation. Next slide, please. So we have the membership in CERN. So we have UP has the Atlas, and then with the national government, we have the Medipix membership for in CERN. Next slide, please. And then, of course, other international organizations that has been mentioned. And then next slide, please. So very interesting, of course, is I'm part of the steering committee of the Nuclear Energy Program Interagency Committee. As you know, the Philippines is going nuclear. No, we will be using nuclear power in the very near future, and I'm part of the whole team, trying to talk to senators, legislators on how we will be able to pave the road for nuclear power in the Philippines. So napapagalitan ka rin po, congressman nang nagpapahiya sa'yo, masakit, di ba? Masakit. Pag yung sa TV na napapagalitan, nangyari na rin po sa akin yan, di ba? Na napapagalitan ka. And you question na, bakit ganun? Bakit pinagalitan ako? May PhD ako ah. Parang, grabe. Grabe. Tapos pagagalitan mo lang ako. But yeah, it's part of the job, it's part of the job. And that's part of their job, and that's part of my job, my part of the job na mapapagalitan ka from time to time. Okay, and last slide, time is up, last slide. So some learnings along the way, no? Some learnings along the way. And of course, never be afraid to take big leaps. So as you see in the progression of my career, I've been taking leaps and leaps and leaps. But never forget, take that big leap, but always have a strong springboard, and that's built on hard work and diligence. Hindi po ako magna cum laude sa UP, ako ay abang graduate. 2.0 lang ata yung aking jiwa. But I was able to, if the magna cum laude can do it in one day of studying, I can do it, but I just need more time, right? But I just need more time, but I will do it nevertheless. I will still study it. Yon, ganun lang, diligence and hard work. And you see all the accolades, all the accomplishment, but there are 99 rejection papers on the trash bin. You don't see the rejections, no? You only see all this, but it's built also on a lot of rejection. So for the postdoc applications, I would also always say, I got 50, I applied to 50 postdoc applications. Dalawa lang doon yung na-shortlist ka. Okay, so apply ka lang ng apply, but you don't see it here. You don't see it here. But we, even up to this day, I still get lots of rejection. But again, what doesn't kill you will make you stronger. And finally, an officer from the International Atomic Energy Agency was trying to recruit me to work in Vienna, to work in Vienna. And then I said, no, 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 I'm not built for Vienna. Then he said that trust your wings. Trust the hard work and accomplishment, and of course the failures along the way that you have. You just need to trust your wings. So trust your wings, Pilipina, because we can all do it. All right. And with that, maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Dr. Samson. Kindly remain on stage. We are going to put you in the hot seat. Actually, we only have time for 2 questions. So, do we have anyone from the audience who'd like to ask a question? Okay, so we have one question from Dr. Ivy Mejia.
Enjoyed your session. Feeling daming tawanan. Actually, you're also a good preschool teacher, I think.
Yeah, that was one of my dream role then, maging preschool teacher.
Yeah, so like you, ma'am, I also have a teenager. I have 18-year-old, and I have my youngest is 1-year-old boy. So I also sing, the wheels on the bus, twinkle twinkle. So I admire your, you can balance your life. So what are your tips for mothers and for students on if there's a time that there's a opportunity to climb up that ladder and you still have your personal discriminations whether I will get this or not. So what will be your tips for mothers na magagaling naman, 'di ba?
Yes.
And
yes.
also to students. Itong may mga nanay, no, na ang busy ng nanay mo. So ano ang magiging advice mo for those na you want to provide, naiiyak.
Medyo
So yun po, ma'am.
So this work, because of the myriad of things that a mother needs to accomplish in a day, our days are really longer. No, I wake up at 4:30 to 5, and that's my me time. So 1 hour that's for me time. I exercise. Hindi lang po halata, no, pero I exercise. I put 2 hours before everyone else wakes up to have a me time and then prepare my kids for school. And then after that, I prepare myself for work, and then maybe 10 hours at work. And then after that, tsaka ka palang makakauwi. Then I'm just very lucky maybe that I also have a very supportive husband. So one tip also for our young students, you need to have a very supportive partner. No? Yeah, because in amidst all this, you will see na, nakakapagluto pa ba siya? Di ba? And hindi na po talaga ako rin nakakapagluto because my husband cooks for us. No? So kailangan you need to also find a very supportive partner. And when I was in Japan and in Switzerland, actually my husband did not work at that time. So my husband does really love me, and he's the wind beneath my wings. That's why I am able to do all this. So our days are essentially longer, but we need to have a very good time management. Time management talaga yung kailangan nating mga nanay. So if we want to have a me time for ourselves as well as other things, then we need to really wake up earlier. I know it's not good work-life balance. I'm not also prescribing it a lot. So we also need 7 to 8 hours of sleep. So kailangan rin po natin yun. But yeah, like the presentation that you saw, 4 o'clock po ako nagising kanina para tingnan kung okay ba yung presentation ko. So if I really, and I've gotten that habit since I was in grade 4 actually. When I was doing all the quiz bees, my grandmother said you need to wake up really early so that your brain is fresh. And so I until now I still get that I get that habit of waking up very early to have me time for myself, whatever I want to do for myself, and then after that my family comes and my work, and then a little bit of Instagram in the evening, and then in the evening, and then you need to have also 7 to 8 hours of sleep, and then on the weekends, as I was telling you guys, I don't work. I don't reply to emails, and I respect also the time of my employees. I also don't do emails or work on Saturday, Sunday, because that's family time for me. No, so Monday to Friday is long, but Saturday and Sunday is just meant for the family. No.
Thank you po, Dr. Samson. Dr. Ivy, she answered your question. So if I wrap up her answer, number 1, you should have me time. Number 2, get 7 to 8 hours of sleep. Number 3,
Time management.
time management. Number 4, get a supportive partner.
Get a supportive partner.
So,
Very important.
okay, so do we have another question from the audience? If none, yes. Kindly approach the microphone stand and identify yourself and the institution that you're affiliated with.
Hello. I'm a campus journalist. Hello. Okay, take two, everyone. Hello po, I'm a campus journalist from First City Provincial College from Bulacan. Ma'am, may I just start with I have so much respect for you. The way your life was and the way you presented yourself. Starting out in such a male-dominated field, for you, what relevance does it have for the youth today, especially young journalists like me, to be part of conversations like this, and for them, for us, to be encouraged to step out of their comfort zones, as you did, taking such big leaps or steps in life?
Wait, I did not get the most. Come again, please. Come again.
Wait. Um, why does the youth today, especially aspiring journalists, have to be part of conversations like this and be aware of what's happening in society for young girls and women?
Why does young journalists like you need to be part of
the conversation?
Since you started out po in such a male-dominated field.
Yeah. Okay. So being the journalists are actually the speakers, no? Are the speakers of the plight of academics and researchers and young girls and ladies in science. So during a conference, we don't really have we only present our research work, we only present what we do in the lab, but there is no one who will present what we experience on a day-to-day basis, right? So the conversations that we are having now, like, how are you able to balance your work and your life and your family and and other responsibilities, even though there is somehow gender equality in the Philippines, that there's a huge percentage of the Filipino female workforce, but then traditionally, we are still expected to be the major carers in the family. So as I was saying, I was telling the story kanina na I'm being judged in the nursery school of my child because I was not there during a birthday party. My husband was there, but why am I being judged? He was not there in the PTA meeting, but I'm the one being judged, no? So it's important that so, so I go to the PTA meetings, but then I'm the one who's only being judged. So that's why it's very important for our young journalists to write about these experiences, the struggles that the academics, researchers, and young girls in science are having, so that it will be brought out into the open, and that there will be avenues where NGOs or other government agencies will be able to help out our plight, the difficulties that we have, because it's very specific. No, the gender problems that we have are only normal to us, and it's not normal to males. No, they can be professors, and they will not be judged at all at how their family is. But we females, we will always be judged on how our family is. Oh, she's a professor, but is her kids good, or her, no, parang kasama kasama sa judgment nating mga Pilipina yung family life and how we are able to tackle it. No, so it's very good that young girls like you are already open and aware of such struggles and issues that we have in the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Samson. So I'd like to put an end. I'm sorry, to bring a close to this session. So I'd like to call on stage Dr. Monterola, Ms. Viloria, Ms. Diolanda, and Mr. Magsayo to award the Certificate of Appreciation to our esteemed guest speaker. So this Certificate of Appreciation is given to Valerie Ann I. Samson for sharing her time, knowledge, expertise, and insights as plenary speaker during the third Women in STEAM Summit with the theme Transforming Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, Agriculture, and Mathematics for Lifelong Learning, held on February 13, 2024 in Diliman, Quezon City, Philippines. Signed, Nartes. Sorry, Sherilyn C. Monterola and Melvin T. Magsayo. Thank you very much, Dr. Samson. Let us now move on to our next plenary talk with the theme Integrating 21st Century Education for Microlearning and Lifelong Learning in STEAM. May I now call on the Press and Cultural Officer of the Austrian Embassy, Manila, Ms. Madeline Mitchell Yolanda, to introduce our next plenary speaker.
Si Dr. Catalat. Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. I'm very honored to present and introduce our next speaker. She is an assistant professor and the current dean of the Faculty of Education, University of the Philippines Open University. Prior to joining UPOU, she served at the Institute of Chemistry, UP Los Baños, where she taught courses in analytical and organic chemistry. Assistant Professor Reyes' research interests include learning design for technology-enhanced teaching and learning and inclusive education. open educational resources, and learning analytics. Her previous administrative duties at the Faculty of Education as Faculty Secretary and Chair of the Associate in Arts and Bachelor of Education Studies programs inspired her to pursue research interests in providing academic and administrative support for distance education students. Her contributions to the scholarship and literature in chemistry and science education include papers presented in discipline based conferences, articles published in reputable international journals, and a book chapter. At present, she is a member of national and international professional organizations of chemists, chemistry and science educators, and learning analytics researchers and scholars. Ladies and gentlemen, a big warm round of applause to Dr. Charisse T. Reyes, Dean of the Faculty of Education, University of the Philippines, Open University.
I'd like to Chair Monterola and of course Dr. Ona Sasing for this invitation. Before we begin, I'd like to say na um, Valerie Ann Samson would be the girl we hated in college. You know why? Because the 3,250 stipend was really a big deal for us, chemists. 2,200, 3,200, di ba? So ano, gaano ka hirap yung physics compared sa chem para sila may 1,000 pesos na difference sa aming stipend. Chem po ako. So, masama talaga yung loob namin. Uh, so they are should be one of the persons we'd really hate during stipend days. But I'd like also to say that Dr. and Deputy Director Valerie Ann Samson would be someone we will applaud to this day because not many Filipinos would go back and serve the country. That's number one. Not many Filipino scientists would go back and serve the government. We all know how less lucrative working in a government is. And I've heard, I think you'd also had heard of people saying, why do you have to go back? Nasa Japan ka na. Not many people would go back pag nasa Japan ka na, di ba? Japan, para sa kinabukasan, di ba? Ayun yung sinasabi nila. So, and I'd like to personally say that I admire your courage to go back, serve the country, promote the science discipline, physics in particular, for the country's development. So, maraming salamat. And I'm speaking as a Dean of the Faculty of Education, whose advocacy is to promote math, math, and other education fields, language, social studies sa Pilipinas. As mentioned earlier, I'm a chemist by profession. I taught at the Institute of Chemistry, one of my students here. I'm very proud of her from more than 15 years back. So, calculating nyo na lang po yung edad naming dalawa. So I used to teach at the Institute of Chemistry where I have taught analytical chem, organic chem, yan yung mga fields na ginagawa ko before. But right now, I'm doing online teaching and learning of chemistry, science education, and analytics work. Just to give you a background of how different my work now from my previous life. Of course, we've all experienced online teaching and learning during the pandemic, but we'd like to differentiate ODEL constructs from how we do it at UPOU and from some of your experiences. There might be some differences. For example, we operate in fully distance education mode in that our students are physically separated from us. Our way of teaching is highly structured, very organized, and intentional. We also advocate for open learning, which means we support support systems that are accessible to every individual. So hindi lang ito accessible for one group of students, but actually we look at the flexibility to a certain individual context. We also, of course, promote the e-learning or online learning, wherein there's an intentional use of network information and communications technology for teaching and learning. Ako personally, bilang chemist, I advocate for blended learning for teaching of chemistry. Hindi face-to-face lang, hindi rin online lang, but actually it's a spectrum of variety of uses of e-learning and online learning resources to facilitate teaching and learning of chemistry. At UPOU, we are promoting the ODEL learning environment, wherein we combine all the features of distance education, open learning, e-learning, and online learning to deliver our courses. So, dati, ang trabaho ko ay not prad, nanotechnology. Binanggit ni Ma'am kanina yung smart materials. Kami nag-work sa smart biomaterials before. So exciting how molecules work under different conditions and how their functions have been enhanced or improved through some chemistry, di ba? So minomodify namin yung mga behaviors ng mga molecules before. Yan yung trabaho ko ngayon. Totally different kind of work. I'm now working on chemistry education research, trying to explore and improve the teaching and learning of chemistry in the Philippines, to be more particular. So I work, my experiences are in developing resources and instructional materials using the universal design for learning, because I'm advocating for universal access to quality education. Education should be for everyone as part of social justice advocacy. I'm also following the philosophy of community of inquiry, at saka ng models of interactions, ganun din. For all of these, I try to model student behaviors in virtual virtual learning environments or learning management systems through learning analytics. So from chemistry to computer science, yun yung spectrum ng research ko. Anyway, at the Faculty of Education, we are, of course, the heart of our programs is centered on SDG 4. So lahat naman tayong sa ngayon aware sa Sustainable Development Goals as promoted by the United Nations. So sa amin, yung 10 yan na indicators, we're trying to capture all of those. But at the moment, we are focused on providing equal access to quality pre-primary education. We are also hoping to build and or upgrade more inclusive and space schools or universities or learning environments. We are also hoping to increase the supply of qualified teachers in developing countries. As a dean, so meron na kaming mga movements or mga initiatives for that. As a dean, wala pa akong 1 year na dean, kaya wala muna akong i-present na achievement. These are some of the initiatives we'd like to pursue. One is really promoting equal access to affordable technical, vocational, and higher education. As we are advocating for lifelong learning and provision for quality higher education, we are gearing towards that particular indicator. We are also targeting indicator 4.4, and that is to increase the number of people with relevant skills for financial issues, hence our efforts for micro-credentials or micro-learning. Ganun din po for our efforts targeting indicator 4.5, and that is to eliminate all discrimination in education. We are lucky to be here. We are lucky to be in UP or in other higher education institutions pursuing university degrees. But how about the others whose choices are not whose choices do not afford them to earn degrees? So we're trying to look for those complex situations and give them the ability to choose. So yun yung dinidevelop namin ngayon sa FED or sa Faculty of Education. And lastly, of course, we'd like to promote the achievement of each Filipino to have a certain level of literacy and numeracy. For the past 2 months, people have been talking about the performance of the country in the saan? PISA, the 2022 performance in PISA. So we are also very interested in how we can contribute towards promoting better performance in science, math, and reading. Personally, I am also acknowledging the impact of the rapid changes in an increasingly globalized environment. And because of that, we've been called to adapt our curricula to ensure that every stakeholder, especially our learners and our teachers, can adapt to these changing times. Of course, the foundational requirement for literacy and numeracy are still at the heart of our mission, providing basic literacy and numeracy to everyone. However, there's already a call for transferable skills and soft skills, as mentioned kanina. So ina-acknowledge natin yung mga transferable at saka soft skills na yan as part of the employability requirements. So many employers have already expressed their concerns with regard to the immediate need of fulfilling some employability skills at the moment. There's been a constant call to reform the curriculum that we are offering right now. The curriculum itself should be changed, revised, updated to be able to meet the vision for education 4.0. Yun yung sinasabi ngayon. So ano-ano ba yung mga kailangan nating i-incorporate? So these are just among of the 21st century skills, transferable and soft skills alike. So the 21st century skills are basically the abilities and attributes of graduates that can be taught or learned in order to enhance the ways of thinking, learning, working, and living in the world. So it's not just knowledge, skills, and attitudes anymore. Now you've got all of these skills that should be included or integrated in the curricula that we offer at the higher education level. So at UPOU, we're trying to capture the SDG 4 requirements and the 21st century education through our undergraduate programs. So kung may mga estudyante, karamihan po ng kinikater namin sa aming undergraduate students, I'm not sure if my number is correct, but 90% are actually employed adults. Ako lagi ko sinasabi na if they can go to other UP units or other universities, they won't be at UPOU. Bakit? Undergrad ka, you're 18, 19 years old, and yet you're working fully online. You don't see your classmates physically. Kapag naka-attend na po kayo ng graduation ng UPOU, you would know how weird it is. Sobrang tahimik. On the first hour that they get together. So, magwa-warm up lang sila kapag may nag-chat na sa group chat na, nandito ba kayo? So, pag may nag-react na, nandito ako. So, dun lang sila mag-start mag-react because they don't know each other by face. They know each other by profile picture and name. And of course, we all know how good editing tools are right now. Right? So, usually, hindi mo sila agad ma-recognize pag nakita mo sila. So, our undergraduates have been separated for several years before they get to meet at the graduation day. So may ganun silang environment. However, I am proud to say that without these programs, we have lessened the choices. Given these programs, we're giving them an opportunity to gain a UP education or a UP degree within the context that they have at the moment. So yung mga may trabaho, may asawa, lolo at lola, I remember one time my student asked me, "Ma'am, pwede bang hindi ako maka-exam ng 9 to 12?" Sabi ko, "Bakit po?" Kasi po pumasok yung anak ko. So ano po kung pumasok yung anak niyo? Naiwan sa akin yung mga apo ko. So parang, doon ko lang nalaman na the student is really trying to get a degree despite age. And because UPOU is there, the platform for such situations have become made available for these kinds of students. And I'm very proud that we have those kinds of programs. Personally, as a dean, I'm trying to break barriers in terms of provision for giving higher degree for indigenous peoples, especially those in farm schools. So, ang pangarap ko, pag natapos akong maging dean, meron kaming isang estudyante sa bawat isang indigenous peoples community. Malaking pangarap yon. We always say that UP Diliman is always in Diliman, Quezon City. UP Los Baños is always in Los Baños, Laguna. UPOU should be everywhere. As long as there's internet connection, nandito kanina si ASEC, si USEC, sana nandito pa siya ngayon para ma'am, tulungan mo naman kami to connect the indigenous peoples communities to us. Because with internet connection, we can already deliver our educational platform to them. So we will make our curricula available for them. Just give us a way to give it to them. So kung nandito lang sana si Attorney Josel, pero makakarating naman to sa kanya, di ba? Anyway, we're also hoping to reach the other marginalized communities. For example, persons deprived of liberty na wala pa namang sentensya. They are spending years and years unable to do productive years. We're hoping to reach them, give them an opportunity to finish a degree so that when they come out, free men and women, then they might be able to contribute towards the productivity of their community. Malaking pangarap, pero nandiyan naman ang lahat, UPOU at ang iba pang agencies to help us, I'm very sure. Of course, we are also promoting this target for the C to increase the supply of qualified teachers in developing countries. We have several teacher education programs. We offer scholarships for the Doctor of Philosophy in Education, majors in all sciences. Sorry, hindi all sciences, physics ulit, chem, bio, and math. Through the generosity of the DOST-SEI. So kung iniisip niyo pong mag-PhD pero hindi kayo makapunta, hindi kayo makaalis because you're occupied by work and other priorities like family and self-care, try to look for our programs. Baka applicable yan. So we don't require our students to move out of their context and get to us. We are getting to them. Right now, hopefully within the year, we'll get our new programs rolling and we'll get scholarship grants for them. We have favorable prediction for the Master of Arts in Mathematics Education, the Master of Arts in Science Education, and our in a few years' time, we hope to have our postgraduate diploma in higher education. They are still under development. For those who do not wish to have, dito na pumapasok yung lifelong learning without a degree. Yung kanina, lifelong learning lahat yon, but with an accompanying university degree, these ones are our programs that offer lifelong learning opportunities through our continuing education program. No degree will be given to them, but at least we are equipping them with skills and knowledge that will allow them to prosper in their communities and work environment. Meron kaming personalized instruction through online reading and remediation, teaching academic writing, online academic language support and learning advising, and of course, creating portfolios. This will be targeting these two particular SDGs aligned with equal access to quality pre-primary education and universal literacy and numeracy. In the future, aligned with because at UPOU at FED, pag tinatanong kami tungkol sa basic ed, wala po talaga akong alam kasi hindi po yun yung area na ginagalawan namin. We're trying to move around other areas outside the basic education. So university level, early childhood, tsaka yung alternative learning systems mode. And other aspects of education like instructional design and technology, education technology. So yung basic ed itself, wala kaming masyadong contribution. So in the future, we'd like to hope to promote associating early childhood education to help our daycare centers become professionals. So yung mga daycare center facilitators natin, sila yung gusto naming maging target. And eventually, when they have enough opportunity, the Master of Arts in Early Childhood Education, I've heard one time, they said that if you'd like to promote education, literacy, numeracy, you begin at pre-primary. Doon po namin gustong magsimula. So that when they go to basic education, their interest, their motivation, engagement will become more evident. Right now, UPOU is leading in the micro-learning initiative of the country. I hope my chancellor will not scold me by saying that. But yeah, I believe that UPOU is one of the higher education institutions that strongly advocates for the development of micro-learning or micro-credential programs. Ano tong mga micro-learning? They are built to provide skills-based learning opportunities for people who want to upgrade their workplace skills quickly without the need to completing the whole program. Sometimes we just need to upgrade our skills, but we don't need a master's or a diploma program that will take us at least 2 years. So kukuha ka lang ng mga small chunks of programs, and then you can get yourself certified, show that to your employer, you get salary increase, or you get other opportunities on the basis of the skills you've gained in those micro-learning opportunities. These are on demand. Typically, they are made available to professionals when they need them at the times, places, and spaces that work for them. So we'd like to take the opportunity right now at UPOU that support is already provided to us to develop all of these micro-credentials. Take note that for some of these micro-learning aspects, you can stack them and then earn a degree later on if you choose to. These are, at the moment, the concepts that we have at the Faculty of Education. These are program we hope to offer. Okay, baka po mag-inquire kayo sa akin, nasaan na? Wala pa naman po akong 1 year na din. Ano po, bigyan niyo lang ako ng konti pang panahon para tapusin lahat yan. Sabi nga ni ma'am, oras lang yung kailangan ko, di ba? Hindi. So, oras lang din po yung kailangan namin. We hope to promote the following STEAM. STEAM programs for teachers seeking professional development. Take note po na yung STEAM dyan ay arts. So we'd like to promote science and mathematics education for the Filipino people through the following courses. Gusto ko talagang i-highlight yung indigenous people's knowledge because even before we got colonized by colonizers na lang itawag natin sa kanila, we already have that knowledge, right? And it's going to be sad to just let go of those indigenous people's knowledge. Sayang naman. So we are hoping to document them for the awareness of everyone else. Ganun din po yung Philippine Biodiversity. Ang goal lang namin sa course na yan, sabi nung potential course developer ko, magkaroon lang tayo ng at least 5 species, Philippine-based species. You teach that to your elementary or high school students so that when they get to college, tanungin mo sila, can you name one indigenous plant or animal or insect that we have in the country? This will allow them that. And of course, we'd like to highlight Filipino scientists na katulad nila, sorry, nawala yung name. Siyang start. At saka si Ma'am Valerie. Oh my God. Hindi pa ako ganun katanda. Pero marami lang pong deadline sa utak ko ngayon. So, nag-skip lang sa akin yung name niya. MIT grad na nasa University of Chicago doing galaxy archaeology. Oh, di ba? So, we will remember your name later, promise. And then we also have micro-learning, plans for micro-learning for the following fields naman. Here, A stands for Agri and Aquaculture. We'd like to focus on approaches to STEAM teaching, instructional materials development, authentic assessment in STEAM, and support for STEAM students. And this is a set of stackable courses that will lead to 1 or 2 courses in the diploma in science teaching in the future. Those are our education initiatives. These are our extension programs and public service. We have the Paglinang project, pagpapaunlad ng pagbasa at pagbilang. This will be a mobile reading nooks initiative and mobile numeracy corners for public schools. Hillary, maraming salamat. See? Maraming salamat kay Kuya na ng pangalan, okay? We also have Pagkasa project, which is pagtataguyod ng kalinangan sa agham at sining. This will become an arts and science camp in the future. So hopefully, the Paglinangan Pagkasa project would eventually take off. Right now, we are generating funds by donation. By donation as well as by asking government agencies. Kanina nagtatanong ako dun sa libro, magkano po ba yan, binibenta po ba yung mga libro ng SEI? Sabi sa akin, libre lang po. Sabi ko, ay salamat, meron na kami numeracy books in the future. So, makakarating sa SEI yung pangangailangan ko na mag-request ng libreng printed copies ng mga libro na yon to promote our pagbilang project in connection with our Paglinang project. Anyway, so last two slides, don't worry, I'm wrapping up. I just want to share my own drive. I'm a chemistry education researcher at the moment, and my interest stems from my PhD, which I just recently completed. So hindi ko alam kung paano ko ginawa yun. Nagdidina. Wag niyo po akong tanungin, there's nothing extraordinary about it. Nagpi-PhD po ako habang nagdidin ako. So anyway, ito po yung mga interest ko sa ngayon. I'm hoping to promote chemistry education research in the Philippines. As we all know, chemistry is an continuously expanding field. There's growing environmental concerns in the country and outside globally. We also need to recognize the role of chemistry in societal and political issues. As you know, chemistry is a big player in terms of war crimes and all. So gusto kong pasukin at tingnan, intindihin, ano ba talaga yung contribution ng chemistry education dyan. Ganun din, of course, the Philippines remain as a unique learning environment with a different context from the rest of the world, and I'd like to have better understanding. Hopefully, we'd be able to develop curricula in chemistry that addresses the needs for supporting the Republic Act 10657 Chemistry Law. Habang tumaas yung sweldo ng mga chemist dahil sa chemistry law na yan, nagkaroon naman ng vacuum, nawalan, kulang. So we have to promote more chemistry. Kaya dapat kami na yung mas mataas yung stipend, hindi na yung physics. So that the country will produce more chemists. Okay? And all of this, of course, we'd like to have something, the Faculty of Education would like to have something contributed to the nation's goal for Pagtanaw 2050. And of course, my personal drive for indigenous people's knowledge. Okay, marami pong salamat.
Thank you very much, Dean Cha. So we can entertain one or two questions from the audience. So any question? So we have one question from an on-site participant, Dean Cha. And the question is, micro-credentials are increasingly valued in the industry, yet the Philippines is falling behind in this regard. As an open university offering numerous micro-credential programs, what recommendations do you have for other higher education institutions to catch up in this area?
Actually, feeling ko we are at a great section in time at the moment for higher education institutions to be on board the micro-credentials. It is our way of helping our fellow Filipinos who are employees of other institutions. Feeling ko naman hindi tayo sobrang left behind. You know, blended learning has been there for 20 years somewhere else. And yet now teachers don't like it here in the country. If you ask them, they don't like blended learning or online learning at all because of what they experienced in the pandemic. So yun talaga, left behind po tayo by 2 decades. Yes, because online learning has been happening somewhere else 20 years back, before the pandemic. Yes, so yon, feeling ko left behind. Micro-credentials, we can do that. We just have to identify which skills are needed for the country at the moment, especially students or interested individuals would like to promote their or to further their knowledge and skills. Mataas ang economic contribution ng BPO, for example. UPOU has been providing training to enhance the skills of BPO employees even before I left for my PhD 3-4 years ago. So actually, nandun na po kami. Hindi lang siya tinatawag na micro-credentials noon. Ngayon lang, we're trying to find ways to credit the skills they've gained for their employees, hence the term micro-credentials. Pero matagal na natin siyang ginagawa. Ngayon lang, feeling ko natin siya pino-formalize to make them creditable towards a degree. We've been promoting massive open online courses. Lumalabas naman sa dyaryo. Hanapin niyo na lang po UPOU MOOCs. Marami po kami niyan. Several years back, we've already been promoting those kinds of courses, short-term, non-degree, professional skills-based kinds of courses. Yun nga lang, ngayon lang natin siguro formalize yung crediting aspect. So I don't think we're left behind, as in totally left behind.
Okay po, Dinsha. Thank you very much po. We have another question, and this is the last question. This participant would like your thoughts on these scenarios. Number 1, HEIs closing down degree programs in favor of micro-credentialing in collaboration with industries. The second scenario is, in terms of employability, completers or recipients of micro-credentials are desired by industries over applicants with college degrees, master's degrees, or a PhD.
I can say that it is a sad scenario because, of course, industries are economy-driven, profit-driven. Pero profit is just one aspect of life. Who would develop these micro-credentials without PhDs, without scholars? They are still the ones who's going to develop. The materials development, and I'm sure there's a lot of educators here. We know that it takes a lot of knowledge and skills to develop one set of learning material. And I don't think the micro-credentials would be sufficient enough as a qualification to do that. So kung gusto natin ng mga magde-develop ng mga ganon, we really need to train scholars, educators, researchers in full-blown degrees. So iba yung kinikater ng micro-credential, iba din naman yung kinikater ng higher degrees. So para sa akin, wala po yung competition. Plus, the industries, they keep on evolving, di ba? So mag-evolve ulit sila. They will require another set of micro-credentials who would develop those micro-credentials if not for the scholars. So I think it's a circular economy, if I can say that. No, it's a cycle that you have to fill in every time because something goes out of the cycle. So there's always a need to fill in roles, which micro-credentials will not be able to sustain without the support of scholars. So I think magkaiba po yun. Like, ang nursing, kailangan pa rin natin ng registered nurses. So kahit meron kang micro-credentials, hindi sapat yung micro-credentials to fully fulfill the of nurses. At saka para sa akin, ng micro-credentials is above bachelors. Parang feel ko, minimum yung bachelors, then you get improvements by professional development. For me, yun yung view ko sa micro-credentials.
Thank you very much, Dinsha. Okay, so we will now close the morning session, and please let me read the certificate of appreciation. May I invite Dr. Monterola, Ma'am Linartos Veloria, Mr. Melvin Magsayo, and Ma'am Madeline Mitchell, Yolanda. So let me read the certificate of appreciation. Is given to Charisse P. Reyes for sharing her time, knowledge, expertise, and insights as plenary speaker during the 3rd Women in STEAM Summit with the theme Transforming Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, Agriculture, and Mathematics for Lifelong Learning, held on February 13, 2024 in Diliman, Quezon City, Philippines. Signed, Inartes M. Viloria, Sherilyn C. Monterola, Melvin P. Magsayo. Thank you very much, Dean Reyes. What a great way to end the morning session. So let me just give a few reminders and announcements. Please, if you feel that you need any medical assistance, there's a first aid station outside of the auditorium. So during lunch break from 12:35 to 1:30 p.m., you may continue viewing the different displays or booths and participate in the activities prepared by your exhibitors. The booths are set up at the first and second floor lobbies. So you'll find the Puzzle Box 3D Solutions, C&E Learning Solutions, and Maker Lab Electronics on the first floor. CIM Technologies Incorporated, the La Salle Santiago Zobel School and Department of Science and Technology Science Education Institute, second floor. And once you have collected all the 6 stamps from the exhibitors, you may drop your stamp card at the registration table located on the first floor lobby. So we are very pleased to announce that the DOST SEI will be giving away 200 storybooks and USB copies to all of our participants. So thank you very much, DOST SEI. So kindly visit their booth outside the auditorium to grab your copies. So we'd also like to remind everyone that the parallel workshops are from 1:30 p.m. to 3:45 p.m. The venues of our parallel workshop can be found on the venue maps. Okay, sorry. The parallel workshops are from 2 o'clock, to 4 o'clock p.m., including a 15-minute health break for coffee and snacks. So here are the workshops. Create STEAM learning with Minecraft education and close the STEM gap by engaging girls. Venue auditorium. Bamboo music instrument making. Venue elementary school science laboratory. Robotics program, De La Salle Santiago Zobel School. Venue high school mathematics laboratory. Intersections and collaborations in STEAM, art and music. Venue high school earth science laboratory. And the 5th workshop is strategic intervention. Material for teaching with augmented reality, or CIMATAR. Venue high school biology laboratory. So thank you very much for attending the morning session. Please enjoy your lunch.